I say. That starting music's so fun. I enjoyed it. So, hold on, music. Hold on. Oh, no, not that song. Not that song. There we go. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? On this lovely Sunday. Oh, boy. You heard nothing. Oh, bye. Let me move this here. Let's see here. We have Hello, Banafi, and... Oh, okay, good. Okay, I was about to say Bobby's a given. Hello, you two. Hi, and welcome in. Starting music is such a bop. I agree. And off to a great start. Around here, perfection is a standard, as you can tell. And hi, Eris. Hi, hello, and hi, Rodrigo. Hi to you as well. I hope your weekends have been great, and I hope your weeks are gonna even be, what's the word I'm looking for? Even better. There we are. And hi, Sue. How do you say that? S3 May, maybe? Sumay? Possibly as well. Welcome into stream. If I did mispronounce that or butcher it, which I most likely did, please correct me and I can certainly try again. And we do not adhere to standards. Exactly. The norm? Nah, don't need it. And good afternoon. Hi, Phoenix. Welcome in. I believe I read that name before. Hold on. I have. Welcome back in. Hello. And honestly, less scuff than what I had to deal with. Oh boy, can I count on too many fingers the amount of times stream start has been scuffed. I believe it was the very first excuse me, the time I debuted, for the first few minutes, my mic was muted and I couldn't tell. Oh, that was awful. You know what? They say scuff makes character. I've got a lot of character. So I'll take it. I'm excited for today, though. I hope you all are as well. I am hoping sometime soon, how do I word it exactly? And hi, Noi. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. Hello. Oh, let me double check to make sure I did click the YouTube button. I did. Okay, good. Sometimes I can't tell. And chat thinking, this must be intentional, whilst Ears just talking to no one for 5 minutes. You know, the worst part was, I, at the time, had 2 monitors, and I didn't have chat pulled up just yet, or I was having issues with the widgets that make chat appear, so I didn't see chat saying the mic was muted until it was a little bit too late. Oh boy, but I feel like it is that, you know, I've got a little bit better at checking things before they happen. I say as I play music that shouldn't have played. But the most important part here is that you're all here gathered together under scuff. And hi. Oh, Sprint and X, possibly, is that how you say it? Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Hi. Oh, bye. And hi, boss. Hi, chat. Hi, Seraxis. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Welcome back. And I once played a new game for the first time. I didn't realize until 30 minutes in that my capture card was frozen. Oh, my condolences. I can't even imagine 30 minutes without realizing. Oh, man. I think the longest I've gone is maybe 30 minutes. Oof. And hi, Mr. Detector. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And engaging contests there. Content there, Tempest. And last stream before affiliate, by the way. Oh, well, congratulations. Oh, last stream before? Do you mean right now before you get affiliate? Or did you already get affiliate and that was the last one before? They won't be around today, but I really want to hear your opinion about managing between devlogs and game dev, because this all takes so much time. It does. I've been working, and is this a game dev? It is a game dev. And
Cat
thank
sat
you
on
for
keyboard,
the
just redeemed hydrate.
Cats on keyboard, welcome as well. Mr. Retector, I hope by the end of the year to come out with a video talking about it, so hopefully that'll clear things up a little bit. And I hit it like a month and a half ago. I see, well, congratulations, a little bit of a late congratulations. Let me move you to this screen here, and let me get some water. And hi, Emmy, welcome into stream as well. Welcome in. All right, water time, let's see here. Lovely. Alrighty, today should be a lot of fun. We'll be continuing what we've been doing the past few months-ish, and I'm hoping by the end of the year, the ghost, the mechanic we've been working on, will be fully developed. However, given the timeline, given the circumstance, I'm not quite sure it'll work out, but we'll see. We'll see, and we will hope. We will cross our fingers. And hi, Crocs. Welcome back in. Welcome. And I'm new here. What game you guys making? I am making, well, you know what? I know a great way to explain the game I'm making. As right now, we're about to do a section we do during a programming stream called the elevator pitch. So sit right there, and I will get you caught up to speed on what is here, what's the hey. So don't move, just just sit right there, all right? I'll be right back. Well, fancy meeting all of you here. It seems we have some new faces around town as well, and you know, you happen to be in this business place. I don't know what you really call it, but you're waiting on the elevators, so you've already pressed the button, and it'll be a few minutes before the elevator comes in, maybe exactly 1 minute. And since you can really only go through the elevators, there's no windows, there's no doors, there's no stairs, there's nothing but you and the elevators, and maybe a little bit of me too. I like to just, you know, let me make myself approachable here. Hi, how are ya? You know, since you clearly have some time on your hands, why don't I go ahead and talk about my upcoming game? What is that game? I'm sure you're very asking a lot. That game is, bam, Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game. Welcome to Elevator Pitch. It's a section I like to do at the beginning of stream where it gets people who haven't been here before caught up to what my game is about. If you haven't been here in a second, also get you refreshed on what the game is currently being made, and also gives me a chance to get better and explain my game to you in a short amount of time. What time you say? Well, if you look up there, 1 minute is on the clock. So when it reaches 45, I will attempt to pitch the game, describe the game, and the hope is that the more I do this, the better I get at explaining at very few time. And who keeps letting her to the building? Don't go asking security those questions. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent by her necromancy family to this prestigious wizard magic academy. And the idea is that she doesn't want to become a great necromancer, no. She wants to become a baker, a chef. So she opens up a hidden cafe in part of the school, and she serves her fellow wizard customers, her fellow wizard students. That's where the cafe idea comes from. But the game itself is all about typing to the beat, typing to the rhythm. To serve customers, to serve them food, you have to do some spell casting. You have to summon the food. And the spell casting is done via poetry. So you have to type out poems to the beat, and doing that will serve customers different things. And the idea is that by the end of the semester, you'll be able to prove to everyone, I don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. I can be an artist. I can achieve my dreams. And you know what? I feel like 9, maybe 9. That's been my best one to date if I had to guess. And how are you speaking without breathing? No question, no answer. You see, if I don't think about it, that works. Oh boy. Well, let me make sure I get caught up on the I love being kidnapped or not being kidnapped. Let's be clear here. You just happen to be here, and I am an opportunist. Hi, I hope everyone's having a wonderful day, or else. Here with the threats again. Oh me, oh my. 9.2 out of 10, I'll take it. And if, for whatever reason, and breathe.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed, breathe.
Sure. Hold on. Let me get off my business attire here to make sure we get our programming associate here, the good old classical body here. And with that, let's do a bit of a breathing exercise. And then, you know, if for whatever reason that pitch did not convince you, I currently have a prototype out that maybe possibly can, you know, surely 100%. Alrighty then, let's do the breathing. You want to breathe in, hold it, breathe out. Then breathe in, hold it, breathe out. And one more time, breathe in, hold it, and breathe out. There you go, breathing exercise completed. With that said, let me bring you into Obsidian. And what was that, redeem? And I'm in an alternate universe. And thus is the goodly nature of ears. My powers are unknown. Let me go ahead, click on, hold on, where did Obsidian go? Lovely. Okay, let me click that button there. And I believe if everything, or I breathed wrong and I choked. You know, this is why you have to breathe responsibly. Let me do Necrotype. There you go. That should work, hopefully, and it should link everything. It happens. Oh boy, you have to be very conscious. You should be able to hear the audio, but nope, I'm not seeing it on screen. Oh no, I see it. All right, and if I do full screen mode here, and then if I hide this guy, hide and show you here, hold your horses. Did that work? That did work. Lovely. All right, the prototype is currently up and out on itch. So if you'd like to give the game a try yourself and see what feel I'm going for, it's up to you. Well, it's right there for you to look at. And I do read that as well. Lovely, lovely. And I breathe wrong. I did read that too. Oh boy. And please don't breathe without adult supervision. Oh boy, monitored breathing at all times. Oh my. So, Necrotype Cafe is a game I have been working on for about the past year. It has been developed in Godot with GDScript, and it is my second game ever made to date as well. So, I'm learning a lot and realizing making a rhythm game, probably not the best early beginner genre to do, but you learn. And hi, is it XIX? Possibly. I feel like I've read that name before. Welcome in, and please correct me if I'm wrong as well. Oh, but welcome in, and straight to jail. No, jail's here. You deserve a top tier game, devil. How sweet. Did I cast manual breathing? Oh no! Oh boy. To begin, all we have to do is do a little bit of calibration. So if I click on start here, let's see if it works. Space. Now, oh, hold on. Space. I can't type and speak at the same time. Well, hold on. Space. There has been a bit of a bug recently with the calibration numbers. Let's see if we get it. And oh boy, have I been breathing illegally all this time? Well, no, you get a free trial, and then once you realize it, and once manual breathing has been casted, then you have to focus on your breathing exercises. As you can see here, this is little Gabby, and if we move around, a customer will spawn. And oh, hold on. Can you hear it? I don't believe you can. I don't think you can hear it. There you go. You can hear the game now, right? Good to go. And all right, did you see the art piece? Could you at me, Hollow? I completely forgot. If you at, I can remember because it shows up the ping message. So if you can add it, that'd be very handy. Yeah, I'd love to see it. Or if you can either at me or remind me during the ad break, I can certainly take a look. And making your first proper game be one where precise inputs and calibration is required, a truly insane move for an insane dev. I have no idea how I got here, but I got a lot farther than I thought, so I'll take it. To begin, you can use the arrow keys to move around. If you go to the customer and click on your interact button, so your E here, and I think I have the stream at 2x speed. Nah, that's just the normal. Though, I can say, I've been told the more you listen to me, the easier it is to understand you. Okay, addict, thank you, Hollow. And I don't know where I am or what I'm doing. All I know is I must code. Exactly. What we can do is, once the customer has figured out their order, they'll wave their little hand around and we can go ahead and say, yes, what do you want to order? And if we hold down space, you'll see an order menu pop up and a fun few things here. You kind of have a timer going on here, and you have pink and purple and a little bit of a cake symbol here. And the idea is that you love when someone redeems the speak faster. Oh boy. That was fun. I will admit. What we'll do is we will follow this little skull guy to the back of the cafe where we will cast that spell. So if I go here, you'll see I need a flavor, and product. The idea behind the game is that each wizard is represented by a flavor. You can see here I am wearing purple, and I keep saying the idea. I'm a Necromancer, so my flavor is bitter. And as you go along in the game, more wizards will come into your cafe, and more flavors will be unlocked. So for example, Pyromancers will be the color of either orange or red, and their flavor will be spicy. And the hope is that you'll be able to combine different music genres, different spell combinations, and it's supposed to be just music, lots of flavor, lots of class, really, because this is a prestigious wizard academy. And after a few of these streams, everyone else starts to seem slow. I just got back into coding a game yesterday. Gotta say, I missed tearing my hair over weird Godot syntax. I do miss coding if I go without it for a little bit. I do agree. And hi, Ami. Welcome to the stream as well. Stockholm syndrome over coding issues. Yeah. You know what? Fair enough. It's that thing of when you don't do it, you miss it. But then you're there, and I can't even describe the feeling. She has the earthy taste of as a necromancer. Well, we do have a upcoming, what is it, wizard that does have the earthy flavor. I forget which name it is, but that will be a flavor in the game, earthy. So, in order to grab our 2 flavors and then the combination of the product, all we have to do is go up to this bookshelf here and you can see sweet and bitter flavors. So we grab a flavor here, we grab another flavor here, you'll be able to combine things so you'll be able to get sweet, sweet, bitter, bitter. We're making a bittersweet or sweet bitter cake, and you can see cake. So if I grab all the ingredients here, mix them on the spell casting table together, we can then start the rhythm typing portion. And hello. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. Okay, so the idea is that once the letters hit the white circle, you type them. You can see here, there is a meter. Once this bar fills up, then the game is over. You have completed the spell. However, if this one fills up, then you have failed. And that only fills up if you miss letters or if you get in a little bit of an error here or there. So you don't want this one to fill up, you want this one to fill up. Press letters when they enter white circle. That's the gist of it. So let's see if we either run into the bug or if I can complete it. Currently right now, I've been told and I believe it as well, the tutorial is a little bit too difficult, so we're learning, or we're trying to figure out a good medium zone where everyone will be able to get 100% of the tutorial. Right now, I think my best percentage is 80%, if I had to guess. Let's see if I can top it. You know, maybe today is the day, skill issue. Well, I don't see you getting 100%, thank you very much. So let's see. All right, I'm ready. A-N-D space W-H-A T space I-S space G-O-O-D space A N-D space T-H E space M-O-M E space N-E-V-E-R-T-H-E-L-E-S-S space B-A-N-D. Almost done. Almost there. We're doing good. E-R-S-N-A-T-C-H. 79! So close to 80. Indeedy, this needs to be nerfed. Or yeah, it needs to be either nerfed or buffed, whichever direction, but we need to get 100% sometime soon. And it takes too long to restart the demo? Oh, that's not good. And I have an option to skip straight to the song? Oh, well, funny you mentioned that, Banafi. And hi, Polly. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. If you'd like an easy option to get straight to the rhythm typing portion, I can help you out with that. I did the typing in my head and get a 42%. Oh no. What you can do is if you're in the main menu, Polly, you can go straight to the rhythm typing portion of the game by clicking test your own songs. And if you click start here, you get straight into the song. So if you just want to mess around with the rhythm typing portion, that's there for you as well. So if that's what you want to work on, that's there too. And I did that as well. Lovely. Alrighty then. So good news, we didn't get an error. Or yeah, we didn't run into the calibration error. Bad news is it still exists, but it's okay. It will get acknowledged and tweaked eventually. And I did that. Lovely. And I did read that as well. Okay, lovely. Alrighty then. I believe I covered everything. So let me go ahead and mute this music here. Put that there. Go ahead and make this go all the way down here. Hold on. We'll go ahead and, oh, I thought I lowered you. Lower down there. There you go. Lovely. Okay. And then hide you, show you, and we're back to where we started. Alrighty, so that's the game in a nutshell. Let me tell you what we'll be working on today. Today is a compilation of what we've been trying to do over the past month, maybe now, with an S there or so. The thing is, this game is about over a year old, and at the time, I was struggling to understand how to implement rhythm mechanics into my game, so it went through a lot of different iterations of just ideas when it came to implementing the music portion. And since then, a lot of the game has changed, and one of those things is the ghost. Is the ghost mechanic. How about that? Is the ghost mechanic. And the ghosts are supposed to be obstacles in the game. And hi, Nero. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. The ghost mechanic is supposed to exist in the idea that our main character, Gabby here, while she might be an amazing 10 out of 10 necromancer, she has an irrational fear of ghosts. The ghosts aren't even they're harmless, but for some reason, she's just a little bit of a scaredy cat when it comes to them. Also, hence why she decides she doesn't want to deal with ghosts, doesn't want to become a necromancer. And oh, thank you for the subscription. subscription, sweetheart, and welcome into stream as well. Welcome, and thank you. Oh, let me double check to make sure to see if the message is there. 4 months, yay! How sweet! Thank you for the 4 months as well, then, and welcome in. Welcome to paying on the consequences of our actions. There we are. So the idea is that not only do we have customers in the game, so I can take a customer here and the customer will go to their seat, sit down, they're ordering things. You have an obstacle, and the obstacle of choices. And what's up, Yap Trap? Doing well? Yap Trap. That's quite clever. I'm doing wonderful though. I hope you're doing well as well. Yap Trap. And Spookophobic? Well, hold on. She's okay with skeletons. She's okay with zombies. It's just ghosts that she's afraid of. Only them. And what we've been doing is we've been re-implementing the ghosts. And the ghosts have a few mechanics here. You can see a little ghosty guy. If I move away, the idea is... Oh, hold on. We don't want to go over there. Move me back over here. Lovely. The ghosts move around the cafe, and they'll haunt the customers. And the hope is that you don't want the ghost here because they enact a penalty in the sense of customers have a patience bar you can see there. And if a ghost is in the radius, then that'll go faster since they kind of make the customer paranoid. That's a mechanic we want to add. Another mechanic is that you have to banish the ghost in order to remove them. So just in the same way that when you serve a customer their food, you have to serve a ghost their food as well. And just the same way that each customer has a flavor associated with their wizard class, ghosts do as well. Ghosts have the memory flavor. So in order to banish a ghost, what you have to do is you have to serve them a memory dish. And hi Agape, welcome in the stream, welcome back in. So if I were to just grab this, let's give them a sweet memory, you know, let's be nice here. We'll grab a memory flavor, and if we do the game mode, I'll skip the game mode just because I'm explaining the ghosts themselves, but you would go through the game mode, grab the dish, make the dish of memory, and you would serve it to the ghost. That's that. However, there's a few other things we've been working on, in the sense that ghost here, they will follow the character if she's within range. So it adds a little bit of a pressure timer where they're following her around. And if you leave the range, they stop following you. And she's cheating! No, I'm simply using the developer abilities. Did you not read the beginning? Did you not see? Hold on. There's this here, all right? I'm allowed to do whatever I please in that dimension. It says it right there, right there on the paper. I'll have you know. If we spawn in a ghost, you should say they have an idle status, so they're just sitting here. They'll rotate around the room. That sign can't stop me. I can't read. Fair enough. The question is, can you get past the sign if it's impenetrable? You can see it, the ghost follows us. Now, we're questioning if once the ghost is in our radius, once they're following us, should we have them rotate around? And I was mulling that idea over this week, and for now, I think it's okay to have it like this. It's a little bit tricky when you have more ghosts coming in, but for now, I think I don't want the ghosts rotating around us when they're following us around. I think this is okay. The point and the most important thing we're going for is the MVP, so the minimum viable product when it comes to making the game. What's most important to implement now to make the game feel like how I want it to feel endgame, in the sense of we don't need special effects, we don't need flares, we don't need some nice audio going on here and there. We just need to make sure we have a rhythm game, we have a typing game, and we have a cafe game. So for now, I think the ghost and the just moving here, they're not glitching, they're not dancing on their body anymore. So we're good in that regard. So what we'll be working on today is, well, let's see. And how much time did you spend making this, and how much time do you expect it to take to finish? Does game dev take so much time? Well, welcome in, Grox. I believe this is the, if I just had to eyeball it, I believe this is the 50, hold on, let me get a calculator here. This is the 55th stream I've done programming. So we do 55 times 4, because I streamed for 4 hours. The minimum time I spent on this is 220 hours. However, that's not including time I've spent outside of stream, and also not time I spent dedicated to doing this. So I'd say it depends on how much time you can dedicate to game dev. It only takes as much time as you commit, in the sense of, for example, if you work on it daily, you're gonna get it done a lot quicker than if you work on it every once a week. And for me right now, I've been struggling to find a nice wiggle room spot in my game. So my game's been going, the development has been going slower just because I haven't been able to get to it as often as I'd like to. And what's the minimum viable product? I'm going to add everything into my game. Maximum a viable product. You have to know your limits. You can't let greed consume you. Oh boy. Let me bring you into concepts here. Oh me, oh my. And you'll see, we've had some ideas of maybe the ghost rotating around the character, and I do like the idea of it when the ghost gets into radius that they kind of just hover. But I was thinking this idea, and the realization that how would it even work? If the character wants to, for example, banish the ghost, and the ghost is only allowed a certain distance from you, is it gonna be a thing of the ghost will always, you can't get to them because they're out of range? The character right now is faster than the ghost, so technically speaking, you could just run up to the ghost and dip in, dip out. So maybe, I don't know, I've been thinking it over, and it might work, it might not work, and I'm like a kitten, let loose during the family Thanksgiving dinner. And chaos incarnate, and have the banish work as an AoE burst around the player? Oh, fair enough, fair point, yeah, that could work. Right now, at least, if I showed you this guy here, the way we have it work in Hydrate, sure. And howdy, what you cooking today? Hi, filthy shinobi. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And what are we cooking today? We're cooking up some ghost and hydration. Hold on, let's see here. Hydration acquired. Thank you for that redeem. Alrighty, to explain the idea behind the banish range, you can see here the ghost has a little bit of a circle around them. This stands for what's the distance they can spot the player at, and on our player, it's a little bit of the same. This is the current radius the player is able to interact with entities at. So, if need be, we could always make the range bigger so that they will be able to interact. However, it's also the thing if you want to be precise when you're interacting. If I enable our collision shapes and we go back into the game, the thing is we won't be able to see these circles. Players won't be able to see the collision circles. So you want the player to feel like they can select. For example, here, if I spawn in a whole amount of customers, a full house of customers, and I wanted to serve this customer versus this customer, it feels a little bit more intuitive that I would go towards the customer a little bit out here. Because if the range is here and it's bigger, we could also say, or we could also add a range for customer specifically and a range for ghost specifically. That's a thing you could do. But I want to keep it as simple as possible in the sense of this green circle here is all you'll ever need, at least for now. So if I want to serve that customer, I just have to be within that range. If I want to serve this one, we would have to be in that range. And when the ghosts are involved, I spawn those guys in. As long as I'm not in that blue circle, then they won't detect me. But if I go into that little circle here, oh, I'm being detected. I leave the circle, they leave. So it's just a thing of, I think it would just maybe be about playing around with the numbers and the radiuses. But that's more of a balancing thing. I do like the idea of the ghost entering, exiting, so we shall keep it for the time being. And that ghost is a rascal. And oh, hold on, that's a bug. Did you see it? They should go back to idle, but for some reason, they did not. And I thought we fixed this. I thought we got past this ghost. What happened? They work properly, it seems to be 90% of the time. When they reach a green circle, they should go to idle. And the idle, but one time it was wandering for some odd reason. Idle, wandering, following. Oh, hold on, let me get out of range. Wandering, following, yes indeed, get out of range, wandering. I wanna get you in this one here. Yeah, idle. Odd. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that bug because I'm not quite sure how it appeared. It works 100% of the time, 50% of the time. I'm not even sure what happened. It worked until it didn't. I think, you know what? That's probably programming in a nutshell. Game development in a nutshell. It works until it doesn't. We've done testing to see about the ghosts going into the range. We spawned multiple ghosts in, and they still work properly most of the time. We can gather up all the ghosts, release them. They should go back to idle, and they do. So, where is the problem at? I ask you, game. And how do you say that? Insubstantiable hello. Hi, Decorsair. Welcome back in. Hi, and hello. And could have been the overlap you have for them contacting is just something a bit too small because of a wonky angle. Could be. And what does idle mean? It is connected to a not a move state, a state machine and also a status. So you can see there's a state and a status. And the idea is that different animations play for different parts. For example, here, they're right now standing still, so they're in idle. When they are, if I go into this guy here, you can see the status is move, and they're following me. But that's not all they can do. If I go ahead and I move ghost number, let's say 2, yeah, you can see move and wandering. So they can either be move following or move wandering. And the hope is that they're moving, so they're using the movement animation, but they're doing different things. This one's moving and following me. This one's just wandering around the cafe. That's where the difference would come from. It's a little bit the same with the customers, where you can see they're idle and they're awaiting waiter. And they're idle because they're not moving around. But if I were to, oh, get out of here, ghost, hold on. If I were to go to this customer here and grab their order, they're now awaiting dish. And if I go ahead and grab their dish here and go, hold on, pick it up, put it down there, idle's consuming. If we spawn in another customer here, idle and kill, and when they leave, oh, I forgot, they eat very, oh, never mind, they're angry, look at them go. Well, it shows you, move exiting, that's where it comes from. And hi, Toak, welcome into stream, welcome in. The store is crowded, I just wanted a cake. Well, don't you worry, they're all angry, they're all leaving. And hello, beautiful. Well, hello, Toak, and welcome into stream. You can see here, in queue, idle, move waiting. That's where that comes from. So for now, I won't worry about it too much just to see if we run into the bug again. We are going to run into, if it exists, it will happen over and over again. We just don't know when it'll occur. And they're all leaving angry, gives you perspective. We took too long and now they're mad. Oh boy, let me close this guy out here. Let me bring you into concepts and ghosts doing ghost things. Ghosts are acting crazy, that's what they're doing. But the thing is, it's not, well, it is I consider bugs in 1 or 2 categories, in the sense of game-breaking bugs and bugs that just act a little silly, but they still work. I would consider that one. It works. It's just a little silly. It's not crashing the game. It's not halting the game from you continuing. It just looks off. So, definitely needs to be addressed. And did you manage to implement properly the status state thingy? I believe I did. I think I did. It's working 95% of the time now, and I relate to the ghosts on an emotional level. These ghosts have gone through a tough life, you know, they just need to be fed sweet memories. And hi, actually just games, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Yo, random question, how much time for marketing after dev close? I would not be able to tell you. I have spent about a little bit over a year on my game, and this is the second game I've ever made. I will eventually get to learning how to market my game for Steam and things of that nature, but I'm still at the prototype stage of my game, so I'm still learning a lot. And would you say Concept is worth buying? I've been looking at it for a while, but it never took the dive. I would say so. The thing is, you can get Concepts as a free, what I'm looking for? The free version of it is very limiting, but if I had to choose between Concepts full version and Excalidraw, which is also one you can get on the web, if I, hold on, go here, Excalidraw, grab that guy there, let me grab you here, and I'll link it here too. Just so you can see, you might get flashbanged, hold on. Let me send that there, and then bring you into the sky. Oh, no, wrong screen here. Another alternative is Excalidraw, this one here. This is a free program, and you can also do it on the web. And I think this also works if you want something that's free. Swish. Oh, is there a way to make it not flashbangy? My eyes! Hold on, background, nope, canvas background. Okay, never mind. Okay, you know what? We'll leave. Hold on. Hex code. Can I make you black? Hold on. What is it? FFFF? No. Maybe it's 0000. Ah, I remembered. Okay, hopefully that's a little bit better. But if you're not up for getting the full version of Concepts, then Excalidraw might be your best bet. In the sense of, yeah, it still allows you to write words here, draw, and I like the doodles. I think they're nice. I like Concepts because I feel like it's bigger and it allows me to really get my ideas down, and I use it daily whenever I work on game dev. You can see I use it a lot, and I work best when I can visualize my ideas and write them down. So if you're considering Concepts, I would get it, especially since you don't have to get the monthly version. You can do one and done payment where you own it for the rest of it if you pay the full payment. And the doc grid of Concepts is nice. The thing is, this is customized. I don't know if I can show it to you here, but You have different, oh, you can't see it. Let me see, slide over a little bit. You can customize it. So you can change the color background, you can make a grid paper, you can make a blueprint. There's a lot of different customization options, and I'm not quite sure how much of this you're allowed to change if you do the free version. But a lot of customization in the sense of I have all of these, what is it, the colors here and things of that nature. So I think it's customizable. I like the UI a lot more, and that's why I choose it over other ones. So with that said, what I was doing was bringing to this guy, nope, hold on. I was bringing you, where was I bringing you? Here, lovely, okay. So we have implemented the Ghost Wander. We've also implemented the Ghost Follow Player. We've also implemented the Ghost being able to spawn, rotate. Oh, we do need to add a timer to that. Banishment added, command added, give food added, animation is partially added. Okay, I know what we'll be doing. We will be, and hold on, let me also grab my pen here. So we have idle, move, follow. All of these guys are good to go. They are functional, if albeit a little bit stuffed. We'll do a few things. One thing I want to do, and I'll go ahead and write this down here, is we need to add an animation for when the ghost is banished. And hi, Frost. Welcome in the stream. Welcome back in. Twitch is blocked on my aircraft Wi-Fi. Hello, from near midnight. Well then, near midnight. Oh, right. I forgot. I hope your trip was wonderful, Frost. And oh my, oh my, and hi Chapel, welcome to stream, welcome in, and can you send the link for this app? Of course. Let's see here, exclamation FAQ. That should allow you to get the link for the concepts there. And oh, hold on, it might have spammed it. Interesting, the bot's still not botting correctly, but it's okay. And welcome in Chapel, welcome in the stream. Let's see here. So we'll add an animation for banish. We'll banish animation, B-A-N-I, and Bobby Spammer. Oh boy, following the detectives was spammed. Let's see, B-A-N-I-S-H, banish, ghost, banish animation. So we'll do A-N-I-M-A-T-I-O-N. So just an animation that plays when the ghost is eliminated, when they are banished, when they are fed their food. And we do have the animation, we just need to make it work, and Bobby's doing his best! Oh, Frost, you know what? You can use the, what is it? Can't you do exclamation say? Hold on. Exclamation say hello. Hold on, let's see if that works. If it does, oh, it does! Look at that! You could use that too if you'd like. That's quite neat to see it actually working on that side. Where were we? Banish animations, yes indeedy. So, that's one thing we need to do. We also need to do the timer for the ghost, so the timer rotation. There it goes. Timer, T-I-M-E-R, timer rotation, R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N, timer rotation. The idea is that every so-and-so amount of time, the ghost will check to see, do I want to move or do I want to stay here? That's what the timer does. Oh no. Oh boy. As long as you know that the comments used responsibly. These are the two things we'll be doing. I already have it implemented for the customers. We just need to do it for the ghost. So the animation and the timer rotation. Let's start off with the animation. I think that might be the easiest to do. The timer rotation might involve a little bit more math and code, but the banish one, maybe not as much. So let's go into our program here, go back into Godot here, and what you should be able to see is Godot and hydrate, sure.
Cat sat on keyboard, just redeemed hydrate.
Super duper report, hydrate before you dehydrate. Let me get some water here. Water has been, voice crack. Water has been acquired. There we are. And I have escaped containment. YouTube, Frost, Hans, both chats now. Ooh. Let me go ahead and bring you into here. So we have little Gabby here. We have the path follower. We were looking at that guy earlier. We don't need to look at you. We don't need to look at the customers. What we need to set our sights on is the ghost. This ghosty guy here. And if we go to our animation tree, what you should see is that there is a following, there is an idle, and there is a wandering. So the question then is, or the answer then is, if the ghost is served their food, the banish animation needs to play, and on the banish animation completing, then they despawn. So I believe it would be a case of any animation here would allow you to banish them. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and have a line here for connect. You get connected. We'll then also add a connection. Hi, thank you for the follow, Toak. It goes through 50% of the time, it seems, but welcome in again. Thank you. So let's see here. We'll connect our idle, our following, and our wandering. All 3 states that the ghost is able to be in. So all of these 3 guys get to get connected, and then get to be connected. And 50% mischance. Fantastic! It's gambling in its finest form. What we'll do then is we'll have a condition, and we'll call it banished. So B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D, condition banished. And we'll do it for all 3 arrows. So if it happens to be the case that the ghost is now in the condition of banished, then they will play the banished animation. That's what that guy means. And I've never used the animation tree before. I'm brand new to Godot. Me too. I will tell you now. This took me forever to understand, and I still don't quite. But if I were to describe it, how I've been using it at least, is you have animations. You have these guys. They're called Blend Space 2D, I believe. You grab them. You would then add in your animation here. So if I, for example, go into this idle guy, you'll see, if it lets me, never mind. Go into the wandering guy. Different blend shapes for if they're going up, down, left, or right. And you make it discrete. And after that, you would have the bool for which one you're going to. So for example, if I'm on idle and I want to go to banished, then I have to make this arrow have the condition of banished. So if the banished condition is true, then we go to banished. And I hate animation trees. They're painful, but I do enjoy them. I like how fluid you can make them if you understand them. The issue is just understanding them. A little bit of a pain, I do say. And it's like Unity's animation system. I have never touched Unity before, or Unreal. Godot's the first ever engine I've ever interacted with, and you messages. No, that would be if I enjoyed the bug fixing process. I like a good refactoring. Bug fixing though? And perhaps Twitch API is finicky with unfollow refollows for sending an alert. I thought it wouldn't send it in the first place, but it sometimes does, it sometimes doesn't. And they're painful? You should try Unreal Paper 2D and that just sounds painful. I don't even know. Paper 2D animation? Huh? That sounds like the stuff of nightmares. Oh boy! Scary stuff. Let's see here. We'll go into our ghost, and how I have it set up is I have a whole dictionary filled with our enum, which is our status, and the string of whatever we're using to track our bool. And in my case, I'm using the condition banished here. So we have banished, and I didn't know, I put these down here. We didn't implement them. So now we have our status to animation tree, status banished, banished. And you can see status to animation tree, status bool, and we'll just make this guy here, status banished. And hi, Eska, welcome in the stream, welcome in. Hello, and welcome in. Paper 2D, can't believe it. And Paper 2D doesn't even have an animation tree. I didn't even know animation trees existed until, I would say recently, but they're here? I just don't know. I'm very hesitant about their presence. Because sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. And if we go down here, what you should be able to see is, if I scroll down a little bit more, the idea is that upon an animation being updated, if we can go to the area I'm looking for, hold on here, yes, update animation tree. So we check the bool of the animation, we set it to true or false, depending on the status, and then we set the animation itself through the conditions and parameters. That's what this guy is here. So we're checking the bool, and what we do in code is we manually set the status of if it is the current state. And the thing, the current status, that's the word I'm looking for. And the thing is, I usually do my own state machines, and I just trigger animations on my own states. No need for an animation tree thingy. I do have a state machine, so maybe it's a sense of just I'm doing a little bit too much. That could also be the case. I have known. Hold on, do I need to move back over? Hold on. Never mind. I guess I'll just slide myself back over. Let me just slide over here. There you go. I don't know why I was all the way over there. But the thing is, I have a bit of an animation or a state machine. That's where the move and the idle idea comes from. But the ghosts can be move and wander, but they can also be move and follow. And hi, Toolshed. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. And only swords and VIPs in here. Oh, speaking of, thank you for reminding me. Let me also do /shout out, and let me do at the, there you go, chapel. Welcome in again. And if you're interested in watching someone who does Unreal and does a Metrovania game in a monochrome style, then I would suggest checking out Chapel. He's got lovely pixel art animations if I've ever seen them. They're really fluid, and nothing wrong with some redundancy. Yeah, redundancy, it just depends. Is it serving a purpose? Is there a reason why you're doing it? If so, then maybe it's not too bad. I tend to follow the rule of 3, where if I have to implement it 3 times, I can probably merge it together with something so I don't have to do it too many times. So it just depends on if I need it or not. What we'll have here is when the ghost is in the banished status. So depending on where we go there, first we need to set the ghost to the status of banished. On the banished status, we then need to check to see when the animation ends. And let me move you to concepts here. Thank you, of course, Chapel. Let's see, move you into concept here, move you here. All right, so if I were to explain it in the order of operation, you have a ghost here. The ghost is served food, so served dish, oh, that's not an S. That is, nope, S-E-R, served, S-E-R-V-E-D, served. They serve the dish, D-I-S-H. They serve the dish, that's step 1. When they serve the dish, they become banished. Become, B-E-C-O-M-E. Become banished. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. And once they're banished, on animation end, so on end, let's see, move that there. On end, on A-N-I-M-A-T-I-O-N. On animation end, E-N-D, E-N-D, end, comma, delete. D-E-L-E-T-E. Delete. There we are. These are the steps we need to follow. And banished for doing their jobs. Poor ghosts. The ghosts are doing their jobs haunting and served with a Z. And ghosts dying twice. No, they just get banished. The delete here is temporary. They do come back. They're not completely removed. And give me 1 second. Pull my nose as well. Hold on. There we are. I feel much better. We're all good to go now. And I did read that. Lovely. And I sacrificed a lot of high tier redeems for the badge. And that's the worst. A perpetual cycle of birth and death. The thing is, when they're banished, the ghosts get a very good warm feeling. So it's not a thing of the ghosts are after Gabby because she serves some delicious food. That's why they want to interact with her. They remind her of the feeling of life. They remind her of the living. That's why they tend to crowd around her. She's just a ghost magnet, just because of how her necromancer, what's the word I'm looking for? Just her aura. There we are. They love her aura. That's why they enjoy being around her. She's always attracted ghost. Let me move that down there. So, right now, at the moment, what we have is serve dish, then delete. That's it. We need to go to serve dish, become banished, then delete. That's and I did read that, lovely. That's the cycle we need to make instead. So if I go into programming here, let's work this out. First thing first, we're going to need to figure out where the player, or when they're served, check for that. So if we go to our player, the player is responsible for serving things, and you can see here, interact with items. We're looking for ghost. That's the one we're looking for. On detection body entered. Let's see, on detection body range. Let me just do ghost here. Interact with ghost. There we are. Interact with ghost in range. And we can see, currently, ghost can be served any type of dish as long as it has memory. So, if the ghost is served a memory-flavored dish, then we say the dish has been served, we delete the dish, we remove the dish from the player, and then we delete the ghost. So the responsibility relies on this guy here for the ghost deletion. And fake news. They only need coffee. Coffee is quite nice. I don't have it currently in the cafe, but I would love that. Oh, speaking of coffee, I did not get to finish mine this morning, so I do have mine here. And oh, my goodness. Thank you, Banafi, for the gifted subscriptions. Hold on. Let me make sure I get the number. Yeah. Thank you for the 5. And very sweet as well. Oh my. Thank you. I never get better at the words, but I do appreciate it. I truly do. I was talking... What was I talking about? Coffee. Yes, right. Coffee. I was saying, I usually have a cup of coffee in the morning. Recently, I didn't finish this morning, so I'm having one currently, and I was taking a sip of coffee. So let me take a sip of coffee. 1 second. Here's handwriting be like the ghost. Reminds me of the SpongeBob one. And so I got to try all sorts of phone pixel editing applications. Does anybody here use one regularly so far? Sprite fits the best since it works with Sprite files without subscription. I do like Sprite, and if you weren't here last stream, Eric's recommended drinking 200 coffees a day. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'll need to see some evidential proof, all right? Thank you very much. What we'll do here is do utility. That's not how you spell utility. U-T-I-L-I-T-Y. Nope, that is how you spell utility. I believe it now. Don't believe the lies. We'll then say something along the lines of set animation or something. If we check our ghost, is there currently a function we use for changing the status, updating the status? I refuse to believe this type of energy is from coffee alone. It's not. Coffee makes me sleepy. It's a terrible thing. I just always think back to if coffee did make me all coffee excited, imagine the productivity I would have. And hi, Catonic. Welcome into stream. Welcome back in. Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. Hello. And never mislead me. They must be saying the absolute truth of the situation. Not at all, I say not at all. And hi, Fountainian Waters. Welcome back into stream as well. And how much is 200 coffees an energy drink? Does anyone know the exchange rate? Oh no, what market have I started? Energy drinks coffee to calm down. If they didn't drink it, the stream would be incomprehensible. Oh boy, I've been drinking it every morning for a while now. I don't know what you can't talk to me until I've had my coffee type of morning would feel like. It might be very odd. What I wanted to check here was I wanted to check our regular function here on our ready, and we have state manager start. So I believe we'll have to look to our state manager here, and on our state manager ready, you can see move ghost, idle ghost, and entity has reached target. These are the current states we are adding, and we need to do one for banish. There'll be moving, or they'll be idle. They'll go to idle, and they'll become banished. And have you ever watched them on at 2x speed? I like my coffee black, thanks. Very healthy dietary choices, I swear. Maybe. I will not confirm nor deny. So what we'll do is we'll have a function here, I believe. Well, either a function here, or we can also do it on our ghost manager. This guy here is also responsible for maintaining the ghost. It's responsible for deleting and spawning them. So it might be best to do it here. You can see it says to delete the ghost by index. This is where the ghost is deleted. We only want to delete the ghost once the animation is finished. So how can we do this? Where should the function that changes the ghost's mood go? I'm thinking here. You can see there's one for change idle spot. There's also on time where we spawn the ghost here. I'm thinking we can do it either on the ghost. There's a few places. You can do it on the, not the move state. We don't need the path follower. Goodbye. Don't need you. And there's actually one, a traditional can of monster is equivalent caffeine to 4 brewed cups of coffee. Oh! I've never had an energy drink outside of coffee. That's all I need. The other stuff, that's a lot of sugar. I don't need all that sugar. So we'll do it, I believe, on our ghost. And what we'll have happen is we will have a function, and we'll say, let's see here, state machine, yes. We'll say banish, or start utility dot start underscore banishment. That's not banishment, B-A-N-I-S-H-M-E-N-T. Start banishment, and then we'll do dot connect, and then we'll have a function called start banishment. So we'll copy that guy there. We'll go ahead, we'll just move it. Well, I don't usually like doing it up there, so we'll do it down here. And we'll have a function, and we'll say function, and we'll say start banishment. I'll also make it underscore since it's only living here, and we'll need to check the ghost that we'll be banishing. So let's just say ghost, hold on, ghost to underscore check, and then we'll have a ghost here, ghost, and we're returning void, and we'll do that there. So if ghost to check is, if ghost to check not equal to self, return. So if it's not the ghost we're looking for, don't do anything. And sugar-free energy drinks feeling neglected? Well, they taste funny. That's the thing. The sugar-free ones are weird. And I only drink sugar-free energy drinks. I see. You know what? That makes sense. I like sugar, but it's just, it depends. I have, what's the word I'm looking for? And since that's about to start, we'll let them do their thing before we continue this, since they're about to commence. I do. And Eris, do you download your songs for stream in advance, or do you stream them? I am using Spotify on in the background. For music, if you're asking that, I can do exclamation music. The idea is that on Spotify, Game Shops has a whole playlist of different songs that they've made. So I just combine their Sonic, their Pokemon, and their Legends of Zelda's piano versions, and that's where we get the music from. Yeah, don't worry, you will miss nothing. And 500 sugar cubes for coffee? Well, hold on now. I like a 30% sugar and cream ratio to the coffee. I like to taste the coffee, just not black. And while we're running the ads, let me get some modern links. Of course, I do like the music. There was an Undertale version, but unfortunately it got removed. I'm hoping it will get added back, because I did like having the little bossa nova here and there. It was quite fun. Or was it bossa nova or is it bossa nova? I forget. Let me have coffee. Let's see. Tasty. Right. And if I had infinite money, I'd be downing 2 cans of sugar-free Monster a day. But the coffee is 30 times cheaper. Yeah, that's the thing as well. Coffee is very cheap. It's just, what is it, muddy water, they like to call it. I do agree there. Well then, since the ads are running, why don't we go ahead and do a few stretches here and there. Let's start off by going to the right a bit. So to the right. Let's then go to the left a bit. And let's go to the back. Make sure you don't break anything. If you do, I will not be held liable, so go slowly and make sure you don't push yourself. And then we'll go forward. After that, make sure you do your neck. And tea is better, not biased. Why fight over it? That's the thing. Why not tea and coffee? You can have the best of both worlds. Coffee in the morning, tea in the afternoon. And tea is for the weak. Hold on now. Tea is quite delicious as well. Let's do some neck. Let's see. To the left a little bit. And then let's go to the right a little bit. And let's go forward a little bit. Then we'll go backwards. And then you can also turn to the right. You can then go down and hold it. You should usually hold these for about an hour. And Necromancer Rhythm Typing Cafe game. Indeed. And welcome to stream. Scary pastry. Welcome in. And that sounds awesome. Well, thank you. You know, once the ad breaks are up, I can show you a little bit of what we've been working on. Well, hold on. I don't know if it'll break. But if you'd like to try out the prototype, you certainly can. Necrotype. There you go. Oh boy. Like, we are currently working on implementing Ghost into the game as an obstacle. You can also go to the left a little bit here, hold it, go down, and just hold it for a minute. But we don't have time for a minute. Well, the ad break's only 3 minutes long. And fighting between tea and coffee is like fighting between dogs and cats. Why not both? Yeah, why not both? They're both adorable or tasty. You have to be very specific with that one, Frost. Oh my. I'll get some water, and then I think we should be good to go. Lovely. And I love coffee flavored cake and chocolate though. Ooh, that is good. I do agree. Delicious. Yes, I can agree to that one. And I stretched my neck and it created like a house stirring a hurt. It creaked like a house stir. Oh no! That's why you go slowly. Oh boy. So, we were trying to see about our ghost starting the banishment. When we banish the ghost, we want to start the animation. You can see here there is an update animation tree. We want to update their animation. You can see update animation, type, state.type. There is following, there is wandering. We're now going to need one, or at least our status. We want to change our status. And where do we change our status? That's what I want to know. Because we have a status here. We want to set the current status. So I'm wondering, can we just change the current status to here? And just say, during the management, current status equals, and then we do status. And then we do big word status dot, and we say banished. And if we set it to that, does it do anything? Once it's set to the status banished, we then need to check for the animation. And let's see here. Now I need cake flavored coffee. They're delicious, I tell you, especially with chocolate. Chocolate mixes very well with coffee. If you haven't had that combination before. And the Beanies does cake flavored coffee. Ooh, they have so many flavors. Ooh, that sounds lovely. We're also going to need an animation on end sort of thing. We have animation player changed. We have animation finished. Let's grab this guy here, connect it to our ghost. So on animation tree, animation finished. We then need to check the animation named. The animation name should be banished. So let's just have it print out. And we'll say print, and then we'll say anim name. And if the anim name is banished, then we know that the animation is finished, and then we can banish the ghost. So that's what we'll check for. And ooh, it's cute. Well, thank you. I tried to level 0. I'm glad you like it. The tutorial, I've been told, is still very difficult, so it's being tweaked a little bit, but I'm happy to hear another satisfied review. Oh, hold on. What are we angry at? Utility? Could not parse global, Is something wrong with the player? What's wrong? What's going on? Oh, that would make sense on why you're not working correctly. Hold on. We'll remove this here. And then we're just going to do utility dot. Let's check our ghost guy here. So on our ghost, we have it set as, we go back to the top, you can see start banishment. We go to our player here, utility dot start banishment dot emit. Then we need to grab the ghost, so dot emit. And let's see here. Get closest ghost to player. That is the ghost that we will banish. So that goes there. And then we're going to need this guy. Let's go to our utility and connect the signals up. And hi, Claude. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. So let's see here. We'll go then and add our signal. So ghost signal here. We'll then do signal, 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 start banishment. And then we're going to need the ghost to banish. So we'll go ahead and do ghost _2 _banish.
Ruddy3 just redeemed hydrate.
Hi, Rudy. Welcome into the stream as well. Welcome in. And hydration, sure. Hold on. I just want to make sure the player is functional again. Player, if we save you, are you going to break everything? Now that you're patched, is utility patched? You're patched. Is the ghost patched? You're not patched. Hold on. Dot connect. Dot connect. We need to do start banishment. There you start. That's not start. Start S-T-A-R-T. Start banishment. There you go. Okay. Do you run now? The survey says yes, you do. Lovely. Okay. Well, do the hydration then. And only if you're really bad at it. Well, hold on now. The hope is that this game's not super difficult. We're making it so that your average player can play it. We don't want it to be granny level easy, but we don't also want it to be Osu level hard. I'm going for moderate because I wanna get perfect, and I'm definitely no Osu player, but I wanna feel like I can get a perfect any % speed run if I get good enough at the game, at my own game. Oh my. And water. Yes, indeed. Drinking's like drowning, except you win. And they stole my job. And hi, Captain McFriendly. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. And oh man, ban a word or voice act. This is a tough call. A call you don't have to make if you don't want to. I'm just saying. Let me go into levels here. Let me go into this guy here. Let's see if the banishment works. Let me get some water. Many plans to add an early or late indicator, like in Mustache. Yes, indeed. There is kind of an early or late indicator already added. I don't know if it was quite visible. If we spawn in a ghost, you'll be able to see. Oh, hold on. Let's make the dish here. And I don't know how visible it's going to be just because there's all of the collisions going on, but it currently does calculate when you're early or you're late. If we hold down Q here, what you should see is that the different letters that type out, so the red means that you missed it. If you're a little bit closer, so if I do T here, purple means perfect. So depending on how well you do, the colors do light up. Right now, though, there's just no, what's the word I'm looking for? Right now, there's just no word indicator, but there does exist a way to check to see which ones you got accurate and which ones were close. And there's no key for it. Or, hold on, what do you mean exactly? Don't add features, errors is suffering already. Yeah, there's no key for it. Yep, that is one thing I do plan on adding, or just like words that say like miss or something, you know? I don't believe your mouth is supposed to be open, Gabby. You're supposed to close it. Well, that does look quite silly. So maybe we'll keep it in. Oh my. What we'll do is we'll grab the cake and then we'll serve it to the and she's shocked. She can't believe this. She has to serve a ghost. And wait a second, that progress ring is pixel art, but the progress itself is not busted. I'll have to check on what you mean, Toak. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to see. Some things, or most of the things here are placeholders, so we'll see. If I go to the ghost here and we serve the ghost, they're now on the status of banished, but they do not play the banished animation. Interesting. I see. Well then, that is certainly incorrect. You should be exploding, but you're not exploding, which is odd. Okay then, that's okay. We are closer than we first started. My question then is, why didn't this function go off? And if you are changed to banish, then you should play your animation player or animation tree. When do we update the animation? During process, and if animation equals current status. Yes, indeed. So status is that guy here, status. But for some reason, the banished one doesn't happen. Interesting. Let's just double check, make sure we did do our words correctly. We have this banished guy here, and on our banished guy, oh, you know what? We don't have an animation here. Hold on, edit, you're supposed to be, actually, hold on, delete you. I know why it's angry. We forgot to add the animation. Add animation. Banished. There you go. This is the animation that should play. I think if I click play, it'll explode. Yeah, there you go. It's supposed to explode. That's the animation here. And now we link it up. We didn't link it up before. So it should explode. And once it's done exploding, then it gets deleted. And we'll have a little sound play as well to link it up. So now we do that there. We'll make sure to grab our correct bool as well. This guy here, banished, is the one we use. So we'll click it, go back to our inspector guy here, and make sure we have the condition as banished. We have this condition as banished. And we'll also do this one as banished as well. So advanced and banished. Okay. Save that there, go back to start here. I click play on that one. Okay. Now let's give it a good try and see. Now that we actually have the animation playing, it was empty. That's why it wasn't playing before. But we should get the on animation end. That's the only thing I'm not too sure about. So we'll go ahead and spawn in a ghost here. Spawn in a ghost. There you go, ghosty guy. And I do need a way to check or make a fast way to get the memory dishes to make it easier. Right now, I do have a setting that allows the dishes to exist here when we spawn into the game. I don't have a way to make it the memory one. Right now, I still have to do the hold down, and then I can do the skip button. But it would be nice if I have a command, but I want something a little bit faster than doing spawn dish. This is the fastest probably, and then I could copy and paste it, but I don't know. Now I know I do have a few things implemented. All right, so you're moving, you're following, you're banished. There we go. Okay, it's working a little bit better. Now we just need to get the animation ended. We need to get the animation finished. That's the only issue here right now. Interesting. Okay, well, one thing we can do in the cafe, I believe, hold on, if you go to cafe, there should be a way to get the level. Let's see, Game State Cafe. If we go to our, what would it be at? Levels, possibly? Let's see if we can make it specifically the memory one that adds it. And does backseating rule apply to coding? Not at all, not at all. If you have suggestions, I'm all ears, as I'm still very much a beginner. So if you have suggestions, I'd be happy to listen to them. And welcome, by the way, Jackatree Lurk. Welcome into stream as well. Indeed. A lot of people here usually tend to have a little bit more experience when it comes to things. And also, I think the best way to learn when it comes to programming is having a lot of ideas flowing as well. And not only that, but I miss half the things here, so sometimes people catch it. Well, I'm just wondering why this guy here does not print out what it should. That's what I'm not too sure about. On animation tree finished animation name, I want the animation to print, but it's not printing. Or maybe it is and we just don't see it. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. So let's see here. If I click on you, we'll go ahead and grab our dish here. Oh, hold on. Grab the dish here, do that there. You go for memory here, move that down there, start up the queue there. And then, let's see, move you here, have you enter, we'll spawn in our ghost, and we're looking for the animation to play. So, let's see, better memory cake has been given to the player, indeedy, and 85% accuracy that time. Oh, lovely! And by the way, is the rhythm game supposed to be case sensitive? If the first letter is a capital, you have to hold shift. Yes, it is supposed to be case sensitive. You're also supposed to press space, and there's also a few commas and dashes, though that might add to the difficulty too much. So I've been tweaking around with seeing if we do need to have periods and dashes and commas. That is being looked at the moment. Yes, it is supposed to be case sensitive for the moment. I don't know if that makes it too difficult though. There was a time when space, you didn't have to press space, but most people found it intuitive to press space between the words, so space was added. So let's see, ghosty boy here. We have player enter vision, and we have you, but your animation does not finish. Interesting. And the commas and stuff are fine. I'm just not used to having capitalized. I see. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. I wholeheartedly understand that. Let's see here. Ghost. Why isn't the ghost doing the ghostly things? I'll remove that there. Save you here. Animation tree. On animation finished. That's what I'm wondering, but you're not doing the thing. Maybe because it's replaying, possibly. Animation finished, animation list. Maybe on our animation player. Maybe on animation finished here. I'll connect it to the ghost. And let's try to do it here. Print animation name. So let's see. Print, and we'll do anim name. Anim name. Try it there. Let's see if it works there. And hi, Ant. Welcome into stream. Or ATN. Hello, how are you doing? Hi, welcome in. I feel like I've read that name before, but I might be mistaken. But welcome in. I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun. It's always a fun day when I get to program in features, and I've been working at the ghost for a while now. I'll be excited when they are concluded. Let's see, we'll grab that there, move that there, and yeah, I think we might just have to do a copy and paste command to make this process here. And hi, Mr. Dream Studio. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And hi, everyone. Hold on. Okay, hi, everyone. How are you today? I am doing great. Hello. I hope you're doing good today as well. Right now, things are going okay. We spotted a bug, but can't replicate it quite yet. So, it goes, it certainly does. What we're looking to see when we serve the ghost is for it to play the animation. When I serve the ghost and it vanishes, still nothing pops up in chat. And did you see my new menu? Oh yes, Toak, I forgot to respond to you on Twitter, but your game's come a long way. I do like it. It feels like there's progression, and I find it really neat. So well done and congratulations as well on progress. Progress, I know, can range from lots of progress to a little bit of progress. So congratulations. And it has sound? Yeah, that was the big thing too. I was surprised. So well done to that as well. I'll have to give these demo another try and hydrate. Sure.
Catanic just redeemed hydrate.
The animation doesn't play. That's our main concern. How can we track when the animation ends? It's not currently working at the moment. And one thing does 990. Ooh, that is a number. Maybe 9,800,000, 2032. Yep. And I just shared on Quick Shares my journey with the project on Aspray. I just need to say that I love the progress of this. Mr. Stream Studio, if you wouldn't mind adding me, that way I can see it after stream ends, that would be handy. And then I'd love to check it out, as I do love seeing progress. Let me get some water here. Alrighty then. So, now that we have the hydration redeemed, thank you by the way, Catonic. Let's see here. We need to figure out a way to check for when the animation is done. Right now, the animation plays, but there's no animation end, which is weird. And check to see if there's an on animation end signal or animation change. There is. Right now, we have a signal here for on animation player finished. That one was here. I just removed it. But I'm seeing on animation finished, and I'm also seeing on animation finished here. But it's not triggering. And there's your animation. Oh, fair enough. I don't know if I can check to see if it's on loop. I don't know, at least when it comes to this guy here. Maybe if we go to the animation player itself and turn loop off here, animation loop being turn the loop off here, then if we go to animation player, animation player finished, maybe then that'll work out. And now let's try to print out the animation name. So if I do print here, let's see if it prints it out now that looping is involved, I think. Let's see. And blah, it got sent, whatever. And I was hesitant to start my game journey, but after discovering Eris and watching Eris suffer, I gave up my dreams. That sounds awful. Like I never would want to inspire giving up on dreams. You know what? It sounds like you changed your mind about it, Toak. All right, we have this guy here. We'll go ahead and we'll grab ourselves the memory dish. So go here, grab the memory guy here, go here, so hold that down, and then let's see. So with it now, not loopable, does that fix it? Let's see. We have the ghost here, we have an explode, and on explosion, vanished! It does! Ooh, I see ATN. Thank you for the suggestion. Yes, indeedy, it does say it now. Lovely. So, if on animation end, the animation is vanished, then we delete it. So, we say, if, and we'll also grab here, let's see, vanished. So what we'll want to do is do this guy here, that way we don't have to check. So if Adam name, or hold on, that's not Adam name, if Adam name equal, and then we'll say status animation tree dictionary, we'll do status, and then we'll do dot, and we'll do vanished. So if the string is correct, and they're back to back, then we go ahead and delete the ghost. And I'm something of a blah. Oh, I had to read that. I'm something of a masterpiece myself. You know, it's just about trial and error. How much you're willing to tolerate. Let's see here. If I go back to our player, our player. We go back to our player, save this guy here, make sure we're saving. We can now see this delete ghost. We remove this guy from the player. The player now is only responsible for saying, hey, go ahead, start the banishment. On our ghost itself, it'll say, all right, my animation has been completed. Now what you can go ahead and do is have me delete it. So now we emit it from here. And what we'll say is we admit delete ghost, and the ghost to check will be ourselves. So we go ahead and do self here. like that there. And hopefully now when we play the animation, the ghost will get deleted. Everything should now connect back up. We don't have to worry about the animation, hopefully. Let's see here. If I go ahead and do this guy here, we'll go ahead and spawn in a ghost. The ghost has been spawned. I'll also do print out, let's see, print dish enums, that guy there. And then I can go ahead and do spawn dish to make it a little bit easier on myself going forward. So we can say spawn dish. We'll want to print out, let's see, dish product. We can just do 1, and then let's see, 1, and then we'll just say, let's see here, 4, 1, 4, that should work. And that gives us a bitter cookie. There we are, or memory cookie. So we'll grab that sweet memory and we'll go over here and we'll do 1, 4, was it? Yes, okay, I'll just have to keep that in mind. So now when our ghost is banished, they should have the animation. I also think it would be fun to play like a, make them bigger a little bit, like a scale growing thing, but that's just flavor. It doesn't have to be in here. It's not a requirement. We just need to have the requirement of the ghost vanishing. No, I was right. The ghost being banished by vanishing when we serve them. So if we go ahead and click that serve button, we can see ghost. Okay, the ghost didn't explode. What happened now, game? Is there something the matter? Is something amiss, possibly? Hold on, click that guy there. If Adam name equal you, yes, indeedy. And no flavor in the cafe? It's sweet. It says right there, sweet memory. And, oh, you mean none. None is for debugging. If it's none, I know something went wrong. That's why that's there. If Adam name equal status dot banished, yeah. Okay, why are you angry now? We have status dot banished. That's what the banish was earlier, I believe. So why is it angry now? Status animation tree name. That's that there. And then we have the status, which is our current status dot banished. So is this guy getting used? Are we actually doing this one here? Let's see. And thankfully now we know the numbers. So what we can do is do spawn in ghost, and then we can spawn in a dish, so spawn dish, and the number was 1, 4. So spawn dish 1, 4, and that gives us the dish without having to go through the minigame and skipping all the steps. And now ghost, I want to make sure you go into that function. So I go ahead and serve the ghost. They're banished, and interesting. Okay, well then, let's print out this guy here. So we'll print out anim name, print anim name. So let's see, print anim name. Oh, that's not anim. Animation name. That guy there. We also want the ghost to stop moving. That's another thing too. Print anim name. Then we also want to do print, and we'll also print out this guy as well. They should be the same exact variable, but for some reason they're not giving us what we need. So let's see if we can figure it out. So I'll go ahead and do levels here, levels there. We'll go ahead and spawn in our dish, which is 1, 4, 1, 4. We'll also spawn in our ghost here. Let's see. I'll grab this dish, and something's off. I wonder what. Let's see here. And I drew that as well. Lovely. Okay. So you there. Serve you, banished. Do you see the problem? Just a bit of a problem. This is why I don't like dealing with strings. You know, from time to time, there's a reason why. This is why you don't touch strings. When did I misspell it? 2 letters. 2 letters reversed is why it's not working. Oh boy! And in the animation player, you can set automatically queue free when it finishes. We don't do queue free from the ghost. The ghost does not delete itself. We do it from the ghost manager. That way the ghost manager is responsible for spawning deleting it. And when you banished, instead of banished or banished. Let's see. Where are we using these guys at? I can copy this, copy, Control-C, Control-Shift-F, and paste this guy, whole word, match case, find, and type us in a typing game. Control-Shift-F, let's see, Control-Shift-F, hold on. Let's see, where are we using it? B-A-N-I, yeah, this one's wrong. Where are we getting that one at? Control-Shift-F, let's try that one again, find. Where are we using this at? That's what I'm not sure about, find banished. Where are you, hold on, B-A-N-S-I-H-E-D, finished. Where are you at? And you're not a real programmer until you have errors caused by minor spelling mistakes. I do my best to stay away from strings. I even did it in here. That way, I didn't have to move it anywhere else. But for some reason, B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D, banished. Yes, that is correct. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Where is that banished guy coming from? Is it coming from, hold on, where are you at? Oh, we found it. We found it. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D, banished. Okay, how are we looking now? Let us see. And see you, Toak. Thanks for stopping by. And I have to go. Good luck with the pain. I hope it is light. We don't want pain at all, or soft and bearable. Yes, bearable's what we're looking for. Typos in a typing game. And I was doing this kind of error when doing HTML with the word submit. That was submit or submit. And I was like, why doesn't it work? It should work. Oh boy, that feeling. I wholeheartedly understand it. Let's spawn in addition now, and let's do 1_1,4. We have you. All right, Ghost, here's your time to shine. You, and banished. Lovely. Okay, we also need the Ghost to go into idle mode here as well. So we'll see about doing that too. So if Ghost, you there, they're now, hold on, what's angry? Animation tree, B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D, banished, right? Yes. Something's still wrong here. What's wrong here? Animation player. Oh. Okay, so maybe the problem goes a little bit deeper than we first assumed. I just can't spell. That's what it is. Oh my. Hold on. Let me go into our ghost file here. I also spelled it wrong during the making of it. Let me grab the ghost. Let's see. Ghost sprite. And open this in File Manager. Oh my, and hi Puff Manitor. Welcome back into stream. Welcome in. I can bring you into this guy here. And maybe it's the dictionaries that are wrong. No, it's not the dictionaries. And the dictionaries are correct because when I do Control F, this is how I'm currently doing it. And if we look, is that right? Banished? I don't even know how to spell it anymore. I don't believe that's right? That's incorrect. That's not how you spell it. I think. Hold on. B-A-N... How do you spell it? Hold on. I need to Google this. If you can't spell the word, you probably shouldn't be using it. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. I think that's how you spell it, right? B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Yes, okay. Banished. B-A-N-I... No, not. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Banished. Put that there. Save it. Okay. And I mean like the dictionaries as in the spelling of banished. I'm spelling it wrong at the start of it. The strings of the dictionaries are corrected. Banish the word. Oh boy. B-A-N-I. Yes, okay. Banished. I think now that this guy up here is correct, we should be possibly good to go. Let's go back into here. Oh boy. Okay. With that in, with this guy good to go, we then have to re-import. Make sure we also do it for this guy here. Make sure that our sprite for our ghost is also re-imported. So we just import that guy and banished or banished sad. Oh boy. And B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Yes, banished. That looks right. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Okay, I think we have fixed the spelling errors. We'll see. Oh boy. Let me go ahead and click you here, click you here, click you here. All right, you should be able to see that now. If we go ahead and spawn in our ghost again, spawn the ghost, spawn in the dish, spawn in a 1-4, which will be our sweet memory. 1-4. There you go, our sweet memory cookie. Okay, let's try this again, ghost. Hopefully now the words are correct. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Let's see. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Okay. Why now? This isn't printing. Oh, I know why. Hold on, hold your horses. Banished, yes, you're good to go. Do that guy here, that guy there. Yep, we moved other things, so this guy needs to be modified again. We're okay. B-A-N-I-S-H-E-D. Delete you again. Now that we redid the animation, add it back. Yes, okay. Now do the lines again. Let's see. Drag you there. Drag you down there. And we also need to drag you here. Okay. And now we just add back in that bool. And hopefully. And speaking of spelling mistakes, you know, you did environment studies. It's certain words. Maybe that's it. The I's. I always seem to get the I's wrong. Any word that requires or has an I flipped, like with banished, I switch around the I and the S very often. Even environment. I'm gonna guess the I somewhere is incorrect. Environment study instead of, yeah, V-I-O-R, V-I, yep, I knew it. I have a problem with I think that's my issue. For some reason, anytime there's an I involved, I swap it around from the sounds of it. Thank you for letting me know, though. I will certainly, hold on, where's my pen at? I don't have a pen on hand. I need to write that down so I don't forget to change the error. I will put that here. E-N-V, is it E-N-V-I-O-R-M-E-N-T? Is that how you spell it? Hold on, you know you did. E-N-V-I-R-O, V-I-R-O, M-E-N-T. There we go. Environment, study, change, word, not right. There we go. Thank you for that one, Banoffee. Thank you. Okay, so this guy now connected. Let's just double check. If I click play here, you should play the animation. Yes, indeed you do. You also only run once. You are banished. You are forward. I believe now that everything is reset, it's been updated and changed. Let's see if it's now good to go. We'll spawn in our dish. We'll do that dish here, 1,4 here. We'll go ahead and spawn in our ghost here. And what do we get? Grab you here, move over to you. Alrighty, ghost, I believe in you. You can do it. Vanish. Go. Be gone. Look at that. However, why are you like this? You should not be green. I don't know why you're green. You're... Huh? Odd. Very, very odd. But it's okay. It's all right. We can fix this. For some reason, when the ghost gets banished now, they occupy a spot, which is very odd. And Hulk? What do you mean by Hulk? Is it the green here? Why are you green? Or what exactly do you mean? And one problem solved. 3 more found. Let's see. We'll go back to here. Save you to there. And what I want to do, now that that part is working, is I also want to set the status. So I want to change the status. So I want to do for, let's see, update animation, process, update animation, current status. Nope, we don't want status. We want to change the state manager. We want to do state manager dot change state, something like that. I want to change it to idle. State manager dot change state, change states, and we'll do state dot type dot, and then we do idle, like that, idle. There we go. State dot type idle, I believe. And we click on here, we can see change states. We do the new state. Lovely. Okay, let's do that then. So maybe that'll fix it, possibly, because when we banish them, they're still moving. We don't want them moving. That's the thing. We want them to stand still if they're in banish mode. We want them to go to idle. So we'll spawn a ghost again. We'll spawn in the dish as well. And now, oh, hold on. Wrong dish to spawn. We need the memory version. There we go. This type of cookie. It's the bright one. It's the faint one. All right, ghost. Here you are. And let's go ahead and see. Banished. Explode. Okay. So, spawn ghost. Hold on. Spawn ghost. You're there. Yes, indeedy. Let's go ahead and spawn in a dish again. So spawn in dish 1,4. Grab you here. And now, when we vanish... Print out, Godot, are, let's see, print occupied targets and entities. Ghost position target manager occupied list is empty. Custom target manager occupied list is empty. Are you sure you're empty or did I just comment you out? Let's double check. This guy here is doing it properly. Something is off. Something somewhere. But the good news is we are slowly making progress. Just a little bit. Let's go into our cheats and just double check to make sure. Oh, hold on. That's in there. Let's go into, let's see, CHEATS. Make sure that when we do the print, that the bug is not here. So when we do print dish, enum, spawn, and ghost, let's see. Yep, okay. And when we use you, let's see, find you here. Just double checking, connect. We click on you here. Are you printing? Yes. You should be printing out everything. So for some reason, despite the fact that the ghost gets banished, the color changes, which is odd, super duper odd. If we spawn the ghost again, you should see, once the ghost is spawned, that it has an occupied spot. That's what we're looking at. There's 3 spots the ghost can take up. You can kind of see the 3 circles and scattered around the cafe. You can see occupied, idle spot, and vacant, idle spot 2 and idle 3. When I print out, so if I click on this guy here and I print out the spots, what we should see is, if I click on that guy there, idle spot is occupying ghost, and ghost is occupying idle spot. When we move the ghost, so if I click on this guy, and we move the ghost to another spot, so move it to a different spot, when the ghost reaches said spot, it will then say instead, if I click on this guy, it is now idle spot 2. So initially it was, oh, hold on. Idle spot 2 is occupying ghost. Ghost is occupying idle spot 2. Is that correct? Hold on. Now, something's off here. Spawn in, not spawn. I don't want spawn. I need to print. Cheats.print occupy targets. Yes, indeedy. Where are we at? Idle spot 2. Are you idle spot 2 though? Hold on. Let's go into here, and if we go into remote, we can take a look at the current game type, game status. So if we go down here to our, let's see, our managers, and we go into our ghost here, ghost manager, we can click on our ghost, and we can see our ghost's target is this guy here. And this target here is idle spot 2. So that's idle spot 2. This is idle spot 1, and this is idle spot 3. But for some reason, when we spawned in the ghost, it didn't say idle spot 1. This guy is 1, this guy is 2, this guy is 3. And hi, Spootnik. Welcome in the stream. Welcome in. Heyo to you. I hope you've been well. Welcome in, and welcome back as well. I do recognize that name. So if we spawn in another ghost here, or we reset the game, so restart it, we'll then spawn in another ghost here. This is idle spot 2. We would expect it to see, yes, occupied idle spot 2. When we move the ghost, where's it going? You're going to idle spot 1. So you should occupy idle spot 1. Do you occupy idle spot 1? Let's see. Print out our occupied entities and targets. Yes, you are in idle spot 1. When we move the ghost again, you should go to idle spot 2. It does say idle spot 2, so something's off, and I remembered. Your name's fun to say, Spootnik. It's very fun. If the name's quite silly, I tend to remember it a little bit better. And how was the progress? Progress is going slowly but surely, I can certainly say. Bugs are showing their nasty little head about, and I'm just not quite sure why or how. That's what we're trying to figure out at the moment. If I move the ghost again to another random spot, so just move the ghost here, it should say occupying 1, and it does. Huh, okay. And if we go ahead and just spawn in our dish, the ghost banished should be, let's see, 1,4. We grab our food. You are now no spot. You are occupying not a spot. We serve you. The spot should not turn dark green. If we go ahead and print on our occupied targets and list, you can see it's empty. Both of the lists are empty. So when we go ahead and banish the ghost here, for some reason, the spot gets occupied. So something's off. And we go ahead and print again. I'm going to guess it has to do something with this. No, weird. Huh. So for one quick second, the ghost occupies it, and then they leave. But this guy stays the same. That is odd. Super odd. And Robert, this right here is little Bobby. Robert's his brother. Oh, wait, hold on. I remember your mispronunciation. It all makes sense. It's all coming back to me. Oh boy, I'm calling him Robert. How dare you, I say. And you're ready for the project? Well, thank you. I'll at least take that much. Oh boy, it took me a second. No. I know who you're talking about. I'm just not going to agree to those terms. So, why is it the case that when we banish the ghost, they occupy a spot for a second and then they leave and it gets deleted? Why is that working? That's what I'm wondering. When the ghost is banished, so if we go back to our ghost here, we should be able to see. We can remove that guy. Should not be a thing. Let's go into our ghost here. If we click on that guy, you can see that when the status is, oh, you know what? I bet it's this here. That there's probably the issue. Do that there, and let's see. My guess is that by changing it to idle, it does a few funny things, and we might just need to change the status from a different one, but let's see. Spawn and ghost here, and player movement no work on newer version, and there's no errors. Are you using the arrow keys, Catonic, or is it, when you look in your, hold on. If I do this guy here, if you click on escape and click on controls, are these the settings or is it something different? If it's the arrow keys, it should say the arrow keys, but if it's something else, or if that's that in some regard, you said new version. I haven't updated the version in a few months since we started on the ghost. So everything that has been occurring recently in my project, oh, I see, your project, oh, I wish you luck. If it's one thing I know, is that I had a hard difficulty in figuring out how to do the player movement. So you have my condolences. That is hard. I do agree. Moving around, finding the speed. Oh boy, is it difficult. Let's see here. we'll spawn in the ghost. So ghost has been spawned. We'll go ahead and spawn in our dish again. So spawn in dish here, 1,4 there. And if we go ahead and pick up our dish, have the ghost, you here, banished? No. So whatever was going on there was not related to that. It is, for some reason, this delete ghost dot event. So if we take a look at that, Control Shift F, find it, we should look for the dot connect, and we have one here, 2 dot connects. Interesting. We have you here, and there's another one here. Oh, I see. Gotcha. So on delete ghost connect, we should have the sound play. We should then unassign the entity and then queue free it. That's what's happening during the ghost target and all of those things. For some reason though, this right here isn't doing what it needs to. So what we'll do, just as a quick tester, is I'll remove this guy here, this unassigned target, and I'll just crop you out and we'll leave that there. Let's see what happens when we do it this way. I'm quite curious. And while we're doing that, let me also get a little bit of coffee. The coffee's ever so tasty, I tell you. It's just a little bit cold. I've been turning the heater on and off because it'll get way too hot if I leave it on for too long. So let's see here. We'll spawn it in Ghost again. We'll go ahead and spawn the dish. So spawn the, oh, no, wrong dish. That's the default cookie. We want to spawn in the dish here, and we want to do 1,4 there. Gotcha. Move you here. Okay, Ghost, what do we have happen? Interesting, isn't it? We don't remove it, we don't unassign it, we don't reassign it. But for some reason, after it gets banished, it does other things. Interesting. Okay, well, let's go ahead and have this guy now do its thing here. If we remove that, only the sound plays. What happens then? I'm quite curious to see. Let's go into here. We'll spawn in the ghost again. So that guy there. Then we'll go ahead and spawn in our dish. And let's see here. 1,4. We'll then go to our ghost. And can it be the deferred call? I don't know. That's why I just removed that there to see if it is. So we're testing it. If I do that then, okay. It might be the deferred call then. Interesting. I wonder why it would be the deferred call then. If I do ghost.queueFree, what happens then? Ghost.queueFree. I know in the past I've had bugs with call deferred sometimes. I thought the funny thing is call deferred is supposed to be safer because it waits for the end of something. But for some reason, sometimes I've run into issues where the call deferred breaks it, which I find quite interesting. Let's see, 1,4 here, okay. And now we have you here. We go ahead and explode you. No. So it's not the call deferred, it's the queue free. For some reason, when we free it from the queue, the ghost decides, I now want to assign myself to a spot, which is quite odd. When this is commented out, it doesn't assign it to anywhere. But when this guy is added, then it assigns it. So why is it the case that this queue free is causing the bug of assigning it to a target despite it not? Well, something we can do is check possibly for the ghost's state. If the ghost is in banish mode, then we know for certain it should not be assigned to the target because it's in banish mode. So maybe what we can do is we can do, let's see here, that there, ghost.target.unassigned. Maybe what we can have happen is on our ghost manager, on spawn ghost, nope, we want to do add ghost to idle spot, ghost here, on ghost spawner timeout, nope, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do attempt spawn here as well. We're looking for add ghost to idle spot. That could be one here when we assign random target. We also do assign random target here. Yes, indeedy. Okay. I'm wondering if we do something here, if we can check it. For example, what we can maybe say is if ghost dot current status equal ghost dot status. Oh, hold on. status. Ghost.status dot, and then we say banished, then maybe we can do return. Maybe this will fix it because we don't want to change, we don't want to add, we don't want to assign. If it is the case that we shouldn't have to. You can see here, target manager, assign random target. This target manager is for all things, I believe, so we should be fine in that regard too. So I'm wondering if just checking to see if it's banished will do it. And it's banished but decides to stay anyway. The thing is, it's banished, and then it assigns itself to something, and then it deletes itself. So it's odd. The thing is, with the way the game works is, and if I go into here, maybe I can make it a little bit easier to understand here. the ghost is either assigned to the player or assigned to a target. So you have a little ghost here, and then you have the player, and let me remove this guy here. And if the ghost is in wandering state or idle, then it is assigned to a target. When the ghost is following the player, then it is assigned to the player. But for some reason, when we banish it, and this is a new bug because we could banish it without the animation and it worked properly, but since adding the animation, something went wrong. But when the ghost is assigned to the player, for some reason, once it's banished, it assigns itself to the object and then it deletes itself. But it shouldn't do that. It should assign to the player and then delete. That's what we want. Right now, for some reason, it's going to an object or assigning itself to something else and then deleting. But we want it to delete itself while it's still assigned to the player. That's the current dilemma we're in at the moment. So I'm wondering if checking to make sure it's not banished, making sure it's not, something's off. And sounds like exiting a banished state for a second and getting assigned a new target. Yeah, it seems to be exiting the banished for just a second. And I'm wondering when that happens. So we're back in here. We'll spawn in the ghost. So if I click on you here, spawn in the ghost here, spawn in ghost. We spawn in the dish here. We do 1,4 as that is the one we're looking for. And then let's see, does the failsafe help? So move, following, banished, explode. Huh, yeah. Adding that failsafe here for when it is, if the ghost is banished, don't do it. Doing that fixed it for some odd reason, which is interesting. And here I wanted to set the state type, so maybe I can do that now. And then we can go back to our ghost manager here, save this guy here as well. So we fixed it. That's good news. We just made it check to make sure if it's banished, don't do anything. It's going to get deleted. Do not interact with it. Do not touch it. And we have these guys back. So that's also working properly now. Okay. And how do you determine when something enters the idle state? We set it to enter the idle state. So we have to manually set it to enter the idle state. That's why here I set it to manually enter the idle state. I'm hoping it doesn't break it, but we'll see. I do the state here. So I want it to go into idle so it stops following the player. And can you add a breakpoint from where it was called? Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean? Do you mean, yeah, I don't quite get what you mean. The issue was, for some reason, when we do, if I go back to our ghost manager here, this call deferred queue free was the issue. I don't know why, but when it was commented out, it didn't assign itself. When that code right there, it was the reason why it was assigning it and unassigning it to something else. And by adding this checker here to make sure it's not banished, so it can't be assigned if it's banished. Adding that there fixed it. Let me go back into here, go back into here, go back into here. Let's go ahead and spawn the ghost in. And I wanted to set it to idle so that the ghost didn't move. Nope, I spawned in the wrong dish. It should be 1,4, so 1,4. There you go, Gabby. Let's spawn in a ghost as well. So spawn in ghost. You ghost here, get served this. You should, nope, never mind. Okay, so we don't do that one. And I think it's fine for the ghost to follow the player around. I'm not too opposed to that. And call deferred means it waits a frame. So you have a single frame where it goes idle. You know, the thing is though, we removed the call deferred and it still didn't. It still didn't like it. We did the queue free option as well, and it still didn't work. Let's see, I'll go back down to here, and I don't mind it not being idle. I think that's okay. But if we do this here, then I believe it works now, as long as we don't set the state to idle. But yeah, I thought it was the call deferred, because the call deferred waits for a safe spot to do the action, and thought by deleting that and just doing queue free by itself would work. And it didn't work. And thank you, Felix, for the follow. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. Let me go ahead and spawn in a ghost here. And now, with the failsafe and with the other things implemented, I believe we should be good to go now. Hold on. Ghosty boy here. Come. Will you get vanished? Explode. Yeah, good to go. Okay, I'll take it then. It is the victory to take it itself. So we shall. So go ahead and close that there. And we'll go ahead as well and set the changes, commit, and do version control saves. And why not make a new state called something like waiting for destruction, so it doesn't do anything and no other logic applies to it? We could. The thing is, I want to do my best to keep as simple as possible, so if I don't need to add a new state, I won't, just because adding a state would be something in itself. That might be something to add later, but for now, it's working. It's just maybe not the cleanest way to work, but it's a functional state that I'm okay with keeping it at where it is until later going back and fixing it up. And sorry if it's not clean enough, no worries at all. No worries at all. And I meant to add a breakpoint on the change method where you added your condition so you can see what called it. Let me commit this guy here. So let's see. Do ghost banished animation, ANIMATION, ghost banished animation, commit and push here. And kicks in the door. Did I get a welcome in? Hi, Torrin, welcome in. Oh boy. I didn't realize how much I say that. But hi, welcome into stream. Let's see here. Add a breakpoint on the change method. I don't know what you mean by change method. Control F _ change. Do you mean a specific method or just the method that changes it in general? The thing is, or what should happen is, the player will tell the ghost to start the banishment. They'll emit a signal to start the banishment. The ghost will then start the banishment, and if it is the banishment check, then it sets the status. Since the status is changed, it updates to the right animation, and when that animation ends, we go down here. When the animation ends, the ghost is deleted, or it says it to deleted. So then we go to the ghost manager, and when the ghost is set to be deleted, we have here, it plays a sound, it unassigns, and then it deletes itself. That's the order of operation there. And hold on, give me 1 second, let me clear my nose. Let's see here. I feel much better now. We should be a-okay and good to go. Let's see here. So, continuing where we left off, let's see. So, the ghost can now be banished. That's what we wanted, that's what we needed. That is working and good to go. And where did my sanitizer go? Hold on, give me another one big It fell. I got it now. We should be good. Okay, so click on play. Banishment should be good to go. Let's see here. And we have survey says, we go to here, spawn in the ghost, just double checking. Oh, right. Hold on. Let me mute this guy so you can hear it as well. Let's see here. And put the reading glasses on. Lady, I brought the Warhammer stories you wanted to read for us. Oh boy. Say it ain't so. Hold on now. I never agreed to these conditions. I need to see some evidence that I did. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and have a ghost spawn, and we want to make sure the audio plays when the ghost is banished. So spawn a ghost, ghost is spawn. Let's spawn in a dish here. Let's see. Alright, let's see. Oh, the animation does play. Did you hear the audio? Though it doesn't play on the start of it, which is a little bit odd. Let's spawn in ghost, spawn in dish here, and then if we grab it, pick it up. Yeah, I would like the audio to play when the sound happens. So we need to do a little bit of order of operation, just a smidge, and take a shot every time Eris asks for evidence of something they absolutely said. No, I just like having concrete facts, and a lot of the times I'm not pointing fingers or anything, but I'm just saying it seems to be the case that you have this figment of imagination that tends to run wild, run free, that for some reason I'm this awful being who harms the creatures for sacrifices, and I don't know where you're getting this interpretation at, you know, like, guess, no, that's why I asked for evidence, you know, if you don't have the evidence, and for some reason you just can't find it, then you have nothing to prove. That's all I'm saying. I want to set it so that the audio plays. Right now, it's only playing when the ghost sound is deleted. And currently it's choice paralysis right now. I don't like the sound of that. I hope it's not the thing I think it is, but I'm not going to say it just in case. But, oh boy, let's see here. Delete ghost. We'll have on the ghost itself now a sound effect. I think that's okay and good to go. So we'll go to the ghost here. And on animation play, so let's see here. Start banishment, we set the current status to banished. We go ahead and have the animation play, or the audio play, or ghost banish sound. So banish, B-A-N-I-S-H-M-E-N-T, banishment audio, banishment sound. We'll do that there, that's fine. And then we'll go into our cafe here. We'll grab our banishment guy here. So banish, oh, hold on. Or is it something else? Ghost, ghost manager, oh. Ghost leaving sound. I see. ghost leaving sound. We'll move it to here because I think it'll be easier to keep track of when we play these audios since it's specifically for the ghost. So we have a ghost leaving sound, and we'll have just then we can have a SPANISHMENT banishment sound, that guy there. And dude, how do you think I get through the weekend? Drinking iced tea and watching Eris grasping for her after she starts laughing. Oh boy, send help is being sent, I assure you. Hopefully you make the right decisions here. I believe in you, sweetheart. I believe in you. Oh boy, grasping for ears. You know, no comment. I was going to say something. I've been stun locked. Oh boy. We'll go and hold down control, drag and drop this guy into its right place, and now when banishment sound plays, it'll play from here. And we're playing it here. That way we don't have to do multiple function calls. We'll just say, start the animation and play the sound. That's what'll happen here. Well. This doesn't prove anything I say. Let's go into our ghost manager here. We'll scroll up and we will remove our ghost leaving sound. That guy there. He's no longer a thing. And with him removed, hopefully now the audio will play when it should. And oh, cheers, by the way. Welcome in, Tord. Oh boy, I can't win for losing, it seems. Let's see, click on levels here, click on you here. So now when the animation plays, it should play at the start of when the ghost is being banished. So if we spawn in our dish again, let's see, 1, 4, spawn that guy in there when we pick it up and banish the ghost. Oh, I don't know what's better. Maybe it's the audio sound. It now plays before, but maybe this, yeah, something's off. How can we set it so that the animation, maybe it's the audio. Maybe the audio's the issue here. And I'm working on a project right now. It's the Wave Defense 2D shooter. Ooh, I would love to make a defense game, like a tower defense game. I do enjoy those. I especially love the balloons ones. They were very fun. And let's see here, shooter game. I'm thinking about whether or not I want the map to be entirely a single stage to run around or adding warp points and just having the enemies pass them to. Oh, I would do my best to see if you could simplify both of the I would say simplify them as much as you can and try out both would be my suggestion, because what might sound good on paper, once you actually do it, might not be as good. So if you can possibly try out both ideas and not a very, what's the word I'm looking for? And not a fully fleshed out way, so just, for example, lack of placeholders to try it out, that would be my suggestion, since what might sound fun ends up not being fun sometimes. It's something I've learned in help. What do you need help with, Catonic? What ails you? Let's see. So, our ghost here, we'll spawn you in here. We'll move the ghost here to red. No, we don't want to move the ghost. Never mind. Let's see. Spawn in dish here. Yes. And the dish needs to be 1, 4. And maybe it's just the audio we need to fix. But when we serve it now, the audio plays too fast. Yeah. Or maybe the animation is too long. Oh, hold on. Let me go back into draw here. And let's speed up the animation. Right now, this is the animation that plays when the ghost is evaporated. We go to the bottom here, we click on that guy there, we move you down here, zoom in a little bit here. Let's make this faster and see if that helps. Yeah, well, this sound doesn't play fast enough. So if I just drag all of the files here, and I right click, speed up, let's try 2x speed. So now it explodes like this. Let's see if that fixes it. So I save it, I go back into Godot here, we re-import it, so I close the game, I then click on, let's see here, go to our ghost, our sprite here, we do a re-import here, and that should fix it, I believe, as much. So if I click on play, let's try it again, see if making the sprite faster fix the audio condition. Oh, I also want to, before I forget as well, move the sound to below the status change. So do that too. There we are. Okay, there we go. So, with that said and done, let's see, spawn you in again. We'll spawn in our ghost. So ghost is now spawned. We'll spawn in the dish. Dish is now, hold on, 1, 4. And now, dish is spawned. When we go to our ghost, let's see. Oh, we have to change the thing again, but I think we're on to something. We need to go back to our animation player here. Make sure you're not looping. So loop off again. Click on play. Let's see. But I think this might be the best route to do. Just make the animation faster. That way it lines up a little bit more. That might just be an audio, what's the word I'm looking for? Sound effects design that we'll have to update later. This is a placeholder sound for the banishment. So it doesn't have to be perfect, but it just has to feel like it could work in the future. Get the idea across. So now, if we go up to our ghost, yeah, I think that works out better. It's not, maybe it needs to be a little bit faster, but I do like that a lot more. We spawn in the dish, we spawn in the ghost, we grab our dish, hold on, grab the ghost here. Yep, and then, oh. Maybe I just did it too fast, possibly. Move, vanished. Yeah, I'm guessing maybe, hold on. Restart, and then we'll spawn in the ghost again. Under the right conditions, that should never happen. We'll spawn in the dish then. Let's see here. It could just be a debug bug. I've ran into those before. Hi, Check. Welcome in. And hello. How's it going, Giggle Mod? Not you too, Jack. But welcome in. It's going wonderfully. I'm having a lot of fun. And hi, Amaduit. Welcome back as well. Hello. And I can't find my earwax cleaner to say hi. They just left my ear. Huh? What happened to earwax? When did we get to earwax cleaner? So you're speedrunning bugs now? Oh yeah, when you make the game, you break the game. So, in the right proper conditions, let's see. Yeah, I think that's good. I definitely think it might just be a debug with all the teleporting happening. That could also be a reason why the game will never teleport. Nope, okay, hold on. Ads are about to start. We'll do that there. That way pre-rolls don't do their thing. Oh boy, I cut through before I even realized they're coming. All right, we should be good to go then. Good. Lovely. That said, though, I think we're good to go now. In the right condition, what happened should never happen, since the customer or the player will not teleport. They won't be able to move around as much. And hi, Jackardy. Oh no, I did read that name before. Indeedy. Yes, indeedy. And if you do get ads, don't worry. We're not doing anything while the ads are happening, so you don't miss a thing. You miss me rambling and doing a bit of exercise. But aside from that, not much is missed. So for example, here, we go into their area, and then we grab that, vanish. Yes, I think we're good. And Bobby! Soon meet later right now, not Bobby! Bobby's come to the dark side. We'll go ahead and click play on here. The banishment, I will check off as complete. So we'll go ahead and click on music. Music should play now. Let's see. Good, lovely. And I'll go ahead and also do version control save. So banishment is now functional. Banishment with audio. B-A-N-I-S-H-M-E-T. Banishment audio AUDIO is functional. F-U-N-C-T-I-O-N-E-O. Banishment audio is functional. That's what we'll commit it as. And then once the ads are over, we'll continue and we'll work on the spawn mechanic. So right now we have it set up as commands, but we need a timer to tell it when to do the things. And with that said, let me get some coffee, let me get some water, and if we still have some time, we'll do a little bit of stretching here and there. Let me go ahead and click that there. Get water. Lovely. Water has been acquired. Let me get a little bit of coffee here and there. I believe this will be my last sip of coffee. Unfortunately, I can't believe it's already been, what is it? Let's see. 2 hours. It's already been 2 hours. So my how the time flies, but we're making a lot of progress, so I'm really happy to hear it. I don't think there will be much more to do with Ghost, which will be good. I think, possibly, fingers crossed, at least the main mechanics, but we'll check when the ads are back to see. But the good news is we're making a little bit of progress. Bad news is, Ghoster, there's a small, just a tiny little itty-bitty bug we haven't been able to catch yet. But we'll be fine. Bugs make characters sometimes, and if all else fails, it's a feature. But I definitely don't want to do it that way. I would like my game to be as clean as possible and as intentional as possible. So the hope is that we can do this properly. But let me get that coffee. Let's see here. If you can't debug them, abuse them. That is certainly one way to think about it. How about if you can't debug them, embrace them? That one sounds a little bit better, Jack. You know, you don't have to obliterate them. You could just treat them with kindness, give them flowers, take them out every so often. Doesn't have to be all bad. Now, granted, I'm not a fan of bugs, but if the bugs decide to change their name a little bit, you know, turn into a feature, then we can talk, then we can have a conversation. I'm not opposed to that, but they can't be bugs into my house, that's for sure. Let me get some coffee here. That coffee is way too hot. But the good news is it's so hot that I can't finish it. But welcome back from the ad breaks. Welcome back. You've missed absolutely not a thing. Let me go ahead and bring you into concepts here, and let's continue, shall we? So, If we slide over here, you'll be able to see our ghosty boys. This is what we've been working on implementing. Right now, we have the ghost wander and follow mechanic. That does work. We have the ability to spawn the ghost. We have the ability to rotate the ghost and move them from one spot to another. We have the ability to banish the ghost. We also have the ability to command. We have the ability to give them food. We also have the animation done. So the animation is good to go. I'll go ahead and cross that off. Lastly, we're going to need, we're on here, banish animation done. Now we're going to need the timer rotation. That should not be hard to implement, I say, and then knock on wood, because it might be. And you think I haven't axed out a spider or two? Let's just say things didn't work out well. Oh, don't tell me she was a widow. And the bug retaliates. Then we fight back. I say, you don't back down from a bug. Let's see here. Go back into programming. With that said, the timer rotation, I do like the way I have it implemented currently. We just need to update it, because right now the ghosts have been disabled with timer rotations, but it's a fun thing, and I keep bringing you all over the place. Let me bring you back. Wrong way. I'm glad you caught on, Jack. Let's see here. We're going to there and go over here. Okay. So the way my timer works is that the timer is set to go off, let's just say every 30 seconds. So every 30 seconds, we have a timer. So I'll do 30 here, 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds, we have a timer go off. 30 seconds, it's a timer. And the timer checks to see, do I spawn? So let me also do here, spawn, question mark, SPAWN, spawn, question mark. And to answer that, it rolls a little bit of a dice. It checks for a percentage. So in this case, we can just say, there's a 50-50 chance, 50-50 chance, 50-50 chance for it to spawn. And if it succeeds on this 50-50 chance spawn rate, then it spawns and we continue. However, if it does not spawn, then the next time that 30 seconds rolls around, it spawns for sure. So to explain it a little bit better, let's see, spawn, this guy here. And if there's no spawn, so if there is no spawn, then we go, let's see, spawn, that way there, spawn, no spawn, you go to guaranteed spawn next time around. If there is a spawn though, then we go ahead and spawn. So I'll do this guy here, and then we go back to this guy here. So the diagram looks a little bit like this. We have a little bit of check mark here, and then it goes back into here, and then it goes back into here. There you go. That explains it, I think, the best way I can, in the sense of every 30 seconds, it checks to see if it can spawn. If it did spawn the ghost, then we spawn the ghost, and we go back to check again. But if it doesn't spawn the ghost, the next time the 30 seconds goes off, we're guaranteed to spawn the ghost. So at minimum, the ghost will spawn every minute. At minimum, it could spawn every 30 seconds. That's also a thing that can happen. But with this system, it allows the chance to at least give you a chance to have the ghost spawn instead of a 0% chance all of the time. And that is currently how I have it set up for the customers. So we just need to do this for the ghost. And if I click on here, you should be able to see, for example, if we go into our level here, and we go into our, let's see, our prototype level. This is how the prototype is currently set up. We have here, if I scroll all the way down, you can kind of see it. Let me slide over a little bit more. We have a customer spawn chance, and we also have a customer timer. So the idea is that every 25 seconds, the customer will attempt to spawn, and oh, hold on, my nose, the allergies are getting to me, I tell you, hold on. Good to go. And here I thought, now that spring was no longer a thing, winter would give me, let's just thank you, check. Oh boy, I'm good now. I could tell I was getting very nasally. We're back to the typical nasally. I was like a 80% chance. You can see here in hydrate, sure. Hydration,
Cat just redeemed hydrate.
The idea is that every 25 seconds, the game will check to see if it can spawn the customer. And that spawn chance is 40%. If it can spawn within that 40%, then we do it again. That's that loop. So in this example here, you can see the ghost spawn timer 60 seconds, but the ghost is at 0% spawn chance. Well, the ghost does not spawn. And if we go ahead and water, yeah, water. And I'm back. What did I miss? Not much at all, Manafi. To just recap a little bit, as I don't think it would be too difficult to explain. This is the way I have my water. Let me get the water. Tasty, tasty. Thank you for that redeem. I have a current spawn system like this. The idea is that every 30 seconds, it tries to spawn in an entity. In this case, it'll be a ghost. And there's a 50-50 chance. If it fails the 50-50, then the next time that 30-second timer goes off, it's guaranteed to spawn. But if it spawns and it wins the 50-50, then we just spawn it and try again. So, exactly. Water. That's the way it is right now. And we have it working for the customer, so we're just doing it for the ghost now. Oh boy, let me slide myself back over. Oh, hold on. Can I slide myself back? There we are. Instant snapping, look at that. And with that done, what we'll do is go to our ghost manager. And I believe that's what this code is down here. Let's see, attempt spawn, yes indeedy. All of this here is code we can just grab from the customer. As this guy's a little bit old, and he said that so accurately, I'm scared. If it's one accent I do enjoy, it's the British one. Makes it sound so fancy and eloquent. I enjoy it. Let's see. If we go to our state machine here, we'll close you. I do like, what is it? The Irish one's pretty fun too. The pirate one as well. Arg, you ready, matey? Blow me down. Very fun. Let's see. We'll remove the player here. We'll remove the target as well. Then we'll remove the target manager here. We don't need you anymore. We also don't need our utility. What we need to look at is the customer manager. So we'll go ahead. We'll go here to customer manager. And in our customer manager here, we'll double click it. And you should be able to see spawn customer. We should have a seed customer. There should be attempt spawn. And this here will be where we do our spawn. So if I click and copy a you here. Now, this is an example where I use it twice. And if there happens to be a third chance where I would use this code, I would think about making something that combines all the code together. That way we wouldn't have to copy and paste so much. But since there's just 2 places I use it, right now I have the spawn chance with the ghost and the customer. I'm okay with the duplicated code. But if it so happens to be the case in the future where I would need a third one, that's when I would go through the work of refactoring. And I say the work, I enjoy refactoring, but my thing is, I used to do too much refactoring, so I was too focused and too worried about making perfect code and going back and cleaning things up that I never actually progressed. I just kept going back and cleaning and back and cleaning and back and cleaning. So I'm doing my best to get better at just being okay with a little bit of duct tape, because at the end of the day, excuse me, is it going to be okay? Is there going to be an issue with the doing 2 of these? Not really. The only issue you would run into is if I change this code, I'm going to have to change it in the other area too. That's the only penalty I get. So as long as I remember and need to change and update the customer manager, I also need to do it for the ghost man. That's the only thing I have to keep in mind. And that's why you would want to combine the 2 to maybe a manager node. That way, we don't run into the problem and we only change it in one spot and it updates it for everyone. That's the only reason you would want to do multiples. Otherwise, if each of them are unique, then you don't need them as much. So what we'll do is go to our ghost manager here, and we have attempt spawn, and we can just do this here. And a space conqueror with beef. Whew. Now see, that's medieval speech. I'm not too good at that one. That one takes a little bit of the mindset. That I didn't enjoy rules card. Faust has decided to challenge me to a battleth of duelists. Yeah, the words exactly I'm not too sure, but I enjoy it. We'll go ahead and place this guy here, and a space conqueror with Miss Prettiest Frighteningest. Oh boy, let's paste this in here. So, and we had to learn to write/speak like that in school? Really? It sounds fun, but also very painful, I can certainly say, as figuring out when to add the extra parts at the end. Unless you're just kidding. I can't tell. So, this is how we currently have it set up. This is the customer down here, and I'll go ahead and comment you out just so we can compare and contrast. Right now, how it's set is if the ghost spawn chance is 0% or the day is over, do not spawn a ghost. And I'm doofing with Unity, or I'm duelithing with Unity. Oh boy, I may chance you win this battle of the brainest of the highest order. That's the flick catatonic. Oh boy, Catonic! I keep buying the A and there. It's just very fun. Well, best of luck. So let's see. this does it here. This says, if there's a 0% chance for the ghost to spawn, or the day is over, do not do the thing. Do not have it happen, which is good. We're good. And with that done, we have if ghosts match one less than target. So what this is saying is the chance, or is the fact of, if for whatever reason, all 3 of these are filled, so if there are 3 ghosts currently occupying, or 3 ghosts existing in our cafe, we don't want any more ghosts because all the ghosts would not be able to exist here. Now, I believe I have it as a setting. I don't know, but we can check. We have target manager dot target amount, ghost list dot get children. Yes, indeed. I'm going to add it to be the case of, or we'll do it here. So we'll say levels, a level here, and I want to add a place where we can have a chance to have a lot of ghosts or 1 ghost at a time. So if we go into my level data here, this guy is responsible for the percent change, anything to deal with certain things. You can see here, customer, we also have our ghost. What we're going to add is one called, and we'll do at, and we'll do export, and export, export underscore range, I believe. We'll do it like this here, and we'll say 0 to, or no, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. And we'll say var, and we'll call it ghost underscore max underscore amount. And we'll say an int, and we'll have it equal to 3 by default. By default, you can only have a max of 3 ghosts. And could it be Eris pronouncing most names correctly before 2026? Maybe. I know the other day we did a raid and the person was pronounced it correctly and I didn't realize it until then. It should spawn 100 ghosts. What could go wrong? Well, the thing is, each ghost has to be attached to something. They have to be attached to either me or this guy here. If they cannot be attached, then they're truly lost souls. We don't want lost souls around here. They're lost, but they don't need to be that lost. There's a limit here. And you don't want 97 ghosts? You know, I'd be curious to see if it would break the game. I'm not too sure. Right now I have a failsafe, so I can't, even if I wanted to spawn them in, spawn more than 3. It'll just say error, too many. Don't do that. Bad idea. Why are you doing this? Can you count? That's how it is currently. So if ghosts match 1 less, and we'll do this here, and we'll say instead, if ghost limit reached, R-E-A-C-T-D, reached, don't spawn ghosts. There we are. If ghost limit reached, don't spawn ghosts. We'll go back to the level data as well and do ghost limit. We'll call it that instead. Yep, nope, we'll call it L-I-M-I-T. Ghost limit. And you do everything. Oh boy, everything will go wrong. Everything will explode, I tell you. Code can be very delicate, or it could either be the, what is it called? Flex tape. No, not flex tape. What's that one material that can never, what is it called? The brick phone. It'll either be delicate or brick phone. That's the only yay or nay. Let's see here. So instead, we'll have if ghost.list get child count is greater than or equal to, and then we'll say if ghost child count is greater than or equal to, that is correct. And then what we'll do is let's see, cafe.level_data, I believe is what we'll do. Or yeah, cafe.level_data dot, and then we'll go ahead and check our ghost limit. So ghost limit. So if it happens to be the case that we have 1 child, then we're good to do it, or 2 or 3. And what this says is, failed to spawn ghosts, too many at the moment. And you can also say, if this is old code too, look at it. Look at the prime time, the old guy, and code can't be flex tape. It depends. I've seen code work that shouldn't work and code that should work not work. It's weird, I tell you. We can fix this code because I have a new way to do it. I can just grab this guy here, remove you, and I have a function for it. So I can just do utility, utility dot, print debug message. We then save the message, and then we say, utility dot debug color dot error. There we go. That does that there. That's this without the color in the center, and it already has the color in there. I just have to do that. And we set failed last spawn to equal true, because we did fail the last spawn because it's full. So we don't need to do that. Next up, we have if you did fail the last spawn. So if we did manage to get here, and I'll actually just remove all of this because I think it'll be fine. And I do that too. Lovely. So let's see. If we did fail our last spawn, then we spawn it because the ghost failed last time. So we can just go ahead and also copy this guy here, and we'll go ahead and have this guy as a pass, and say as well, let's see here, we'll say pass, because that is pass, and then we'll say spawned ghost Spawn ghost due to last attempt failing. That's what it should say instead. So spawn ghost due to last attempt failing. Spawn ghost due to last attempt failing. There we are. Spawn ghost to the last attempt failing. Usually I have my errors in capital letters, so what I'll just do is spawned ghost. Ghost has been spawned. Ghost has, that's not how you spell ghost, G-H-O-S-T. Ghost has been spawned. Do spawn, comma, do, oh, hold on. That should be insert. There we go. Spawn, comma, due to last attempt failing. There we go. Ghost has been spawned, comma, due to last attempt failing. Yep, that is what happens here. We can go ahead then and remove this. We set our failed last spawn equal to false since we do spawn it. However, if it happens to be the case that the spawn does not fail, or if failed last spawn is not true, then we do this instead. So what we can say is, if we didn't fail our last spawn, we're going to try and spawn with a chance. This is where it gets fun. I do like the randomness of it. So what we do is we have the chance, we have a random generator between 1 and 100. We then check the cafe level ghost spawn chance. And then we say spawned 1 because of chance, depending on what it is. So we can say this guy here, and then we'll say this guy here, and ghost has been spawned. And we just do that there. The ghost has been spawned. Enter that, we're good to go there. And nothing at all. Oh boy, I'm quite curious now to see if it does delete everything. I'm quite curious, but also quite worried. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. We can copy you here, and then we can also say, failed to spawn, didn't hit chance. What do we have it as for customer? Right now in our customer manager, we have failed to spawn customer, didn't hit chance. We'll just copy that because it'll be good to go. And actually, I can really just copy all of that. Like we can get away with that. We'll go to our ghost manager here. We'll just remove all of this here, and then we'll just say failed to spawn ghost. Ghost. There we are. Failed to spawn ghost, didn't hit chance. And that is all good to go. We should be a-okay and passing now because we have all of our limits. And we have instant spawn, all of you guys. Yep, we shouldn't need to do any more because that's all customer related code. So we just have this here. The idea that if we don't have any open spaces, don't spawn the ghost. If it happens to be the case that we failed our last spawn attempt, do the spawn attempt. And if we didn't fail our last attempt, roll the chance. And if we fail, we fail. But if we succeed, we spawn it. That's the, what is it called? Yeah, that's the spawn one. So with that said, what we'll have happen now is we can do a test to see if this is functional. So we'll go to our sandbox level. That's the current level I'm doing my testing at. And what do you think we should set the spawn chance to see if it's functional or not? Right now we have a ghost spawn chance of 0% and we have a ghost limit of 3. I'm thinking we set this timer to 2 seconds. What are you feeling here? Ghost spawn timer, and we'll set the chance to 50-50. I'm okay with that. Let's see how fast this fills up and if it breaks. I'm quite curious since most of it was old code, but it does hold up. So I'll give it that much. It does feel like it'll work. Let me click on you here, click on you here, click on you here. We have, let's see, you know, let me get some coffee too before it gets cold again. Done! And look, it's working! I'm all out of coffee and these guys have spawned. Failed to spawn ghosts. Too many ghosts at the moment. Failed to spawn ghosts. Too many ghosts at the moment. There you go! It's working! So now the ghosts will automatically spawn a new ghost every frame. Hold on now. I don't think we can do it that fast. The timer works off of, what is it? The timer works off of whole numbers. So you can only do a whole number. If you do any less than a second, it gets a little crazy at night. Let's see. If I go into here, you can see ghost spawn, ghost spawn, ghost spawn. It's always guaranteed to spawn. And 0 is a whole number. The timer, you mean? Oh, the timer, the positive 0. No, 0 is like a neutral number, is it? It's not positive nor negative. But in this case, I don't know if I would count the timer as a 0, but I'm quite curious now. You have to be curious. Let's see. If it's set to 0 for whatever reason, what happens? That's a little scary. Just a little bit. Just a little bit scary. But it wasn't too angry. We'll set the spawn timer to our 10 seconds, but the good news is this is working as it should. Right now, we have the timer length as 10 seconds as the default. I don't know about that one, but that's okay. And if we go back to our level data, we can also check here. So you can see the ghost natural spawn chance is 80, and then our spawner is 10 seconds each. We'll make this into, let's see, 30 seconds. I think that should be, yeah, time between each attempt. Let's set it to 30 seconds as a default. And then we'll set this guy here to go spawn chance. We'll just set it to, I think 80 is okay. 80 seems fine. And if we check our levels again, LEVEL, you can see anytime we make a new level now, we can just check off and modify our numbers. So you have down here, go spawn chance. If we don't want ghost spawning, we can just set it to 0%, and that does it there. We'll set it to 80. We'll then also go to our prototype here, and we'll also set it equal to, let's see, 0 for now in our prototype. And we'll also do our tutorial level as 0%. The thing is, we'll also have to update the tutorial at some point to allow you to know what to do when ghosts appear. So we really will have to go back and update the tutorial once these guys are added, since the ghosts add a new mechanic. But I'm also thinking, maybe we don't introduce the ghost right away. Maybe we have one level focused on the customers, and then a ghost appears in the next level. So right now we have 0 and 1 as our 2. 0 is the tutorial, and then 1 is the complete level idea. So I'm thinking, at least when it comes to testing, we'll have the first level, no ghost, second level, ghost, or something to that sort. That way, the player doesn't get dunked in fully on what to do when things happen, as I definitely don't like tutorials that are handheldy, but in some cases, it's good to have the instructions laid out clearly on the screen for what to do, as things can get confusing super duper fast. I do know that for certain. So, with that said and done, we should now have our ghosts spawning. They're doing what they should do. We have one more thing we need to do, and then we can touch the ghost and the customers together, have them interact together, and then we'll have all of the old mechanics back to what they were. So what I'll do beforehand is I'll go ahead and make a backup. So now, ghost spawn chance timer is functional. So let's see here. Ghost spawner functional, FUNCTIONEL. Ghost spawner functional. We'll commit here, and then we'll sync it up here. Now we just need to play musical chairs with the ghost. And second level could be a ghost only, just say it takes place. Yeah, that's what I would love to do. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of the game. I think it's called Lemon Drops, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Let me do a new tab here. Lemon Drops game. Let's see. Is it called Lemon Drops? No. Hold on. I want to get the name correct. I am a big fan of cafe games, so anytime I find a cafe game, I enjoy it. Let's see. Lemon? I know it has... Oh, Lemon Cake. The game's called Lemon Cake. And in this game, at nighttime, you have to go around and collect bugs to stop them from infecting the cafe. So I would certainly want to do some nighttime levels featured around just specifically the ghost. I think it could be a lot of fun, and I did especially get inspired by that game too as well, because it's a fun game. I did enjoy it. All right, we made our backup. We're all good to go in that aspect. So let's see here. Next up, we just need to make sure that the ghosts do a little bit of ring around the rosy. We need to make a way for the ghost to do a bit of rotation here and there. Right now at the moment, we have, or we should have, a ghost target manager in our cafe. If I close this guy here, we should, if we go to our ghost manager here, we have a ghost manager, and we also have a target manager. And on this target manager, what you should be able to see is one for assign random target. Assign target and remove ghost from rotation and set player as target. So all we need to do now is we need to grab a ghost which doesn't have its assigned target as the player, and we need to play a little bit of ring around the rosies. That's all we need to do. So we just need to hook up a timer to rotation chance or something like that, and that should be it to go. We'll need to add a place for the ghost spawning, but shouldn't be too bad. So again, we'll go back to our level data here. We'll add a new category. Instead of ghost spawning, we'll call it ghost rotation or something like that. Ghost rotation, R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N, ghost rotation. From there, what will have happen is we'll have a spawn or rotation chance. So we'll do R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N, R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N. We'll have a rotation chance. At 0, the ghosts won't rotate. Won't rotate. We'll have it set to 80% for now. That's our rotation chance. And then we have rotation timer. So let's see, ghost rotation timer length. So ghost rotation, R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N. And then we don't even need the ghost limit because that's not a thing. The time between each attempt. And then we'll just go ahead and do that there. Each attempt. There we are. So now we have a new category here. You can see we have customer spawning, we have ghost spawning, we also have ghost rotation. So now we have a rotation timer and a rotation chance. I think that is good to go there. And the idea is that now on a timer or whatever timer we have set up for our cafe, it'll look through to see the available ghosts that it can move around and modify. And if their target is not the player, then we can do some fun things and move them around. The goal is to do this without the code, because right now, in order to move a ghost, so if I spawn a ghost here, this ghost will stay in its spot unless I enter its area, in which case it'll start following me. And when I leave its area, it'll go back to a different spot. It doesn't always go back to the same spot. So for example, here, it's going to that spot there, and it'll go there. We want to set up the timer to do this command, where it takes a ghost, any ghost it wants, or it shouldn't actually be move ghost. Hold on, let me delete that. We don't need any of that. It needs to be move ghost. Hold on, move ghost, there we are. We grab a ghost, random ghost, move ghost to random spot, and it changes the spot for us. So we're going to set up a timer so that it does this automatically without us having to manually do it as a command. Right now, it's a command just to know it's possible. So now we just have to make it automatic. Now that we know we can do it in here. And the help is that once we set this up, the ghosts will move on their own and they won't need any direction on where to go. The game should be able to run as it is. Hopefully, we'll see. So with that said, we'll go ahead and stop this guy here. We'll then go into our cafe and we should have a few timers here. Let's see. We have a first customer spawner timer, a customer serve sound. We'll then go into our ghost guy here. We have a ghost spawn timer. We're going to duplicate this guy. And then we're going to call it our ghost rotation timer, or ghost rotation spawner. So ghost rotation, R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N, ghost rotation timer. There we go. And this guy here should also be without a space. There you go, ghost spawner. And up here, I'll also have to modify it. So if we go into our ghost manager here, you should have a timer, I believe, that has a space. Yes, indeedy. We don't need the spaces. Spaces are no good. And I'll also drag and drop our ghost rotation timer. So this ghost rotation timer is going to get set up when our ghost spawner gets set up. So when I copy and save it here, let's find out where we use our spawner at. So if I go down here, you can see start time and start timer. We have ghost spawn, start timer, and the timer should be timer should be automatic. So if I click this guy, you can see there's a wait time, and this is where we set everything up. So what we'll do here is we'll start the ghost spawn timer, and we'll also start the wait timer. So we'll do ghost, and then we'll do ghost rotation timer. So ghost rotation timer. Really, we can just copy this, truth be told. Ghost rotation timer, and then we just change this to ghost rotation timer. So ghost rotation timer, there you go. And we're going to do dot wait time. That's the time it should go. So ghost wait time, and then we do cafe level data, and it's going to be ghost rotation timer. Timer length, that guy there. After that, we do start, and we're going to set it to the ghost, and then we go ahead and do here. Let's see, rotation start. Oh, hold on. Cafe, let's see here. Cafe level data, ghost spawn timer and length. Are you exactly that? Hold on. If I just do this here. Yes, you're exactly that. Okay, well then, we set the wait time, and then we start it with that specific time. There we go. And once those guys are done, now we just need to hook up a signal. So we need a signal to do it once it's done. On timer finished. That's what the ghost spawner does. So we go to this guy here. We can go ahead and disconnect it. We go timer. We connect it to our ghost manager. That's what we're looking for. So ghost manager here. We connect it down here at the very bottom. You can see an on ghost rotation timer timeout. We now just have to do what we do up here in a little bit of a different way. So there's a few things we're going to have to do. And this clean targets, that's also old code as well. We don't need that anymore. That's very nice to see. So this guy's going to work out a little bit differently than this one here, which is nice. We have to do a few other things. This is the third time we're doing this code, but I still think it's okay just because it's still a little bit different. I think maybe, I don't know. It might be worth considering now that we're doing it another time, using this area to refactor and clean it up a bit so that we can use it in different places. But since this is doing different code, I'm not too sure. Let's see how similar it is. So if cafe level data dot, and we'll do, let's see, dot rotation timer length, rotation chance is that amount, then the cafe's over, we don't do anything. Otherwise, what we're going to do is get a ghost list. Get a list of idle ghosts. Get a list of idle ghosts. There we are. Get a list of idle ghosts. So if a ghost is currently wandering to a new spot, it's not going to change its position. It doesn't need to. So we're going to get a list of idle ghosts. So let's see here. What we need to do is go to our, how can we do this? We need a way to get the list. And once we get a list, we randomly choose from the list. Randomly choose from list. And after we randomly choose from lists, then we do everything down here. And we don't need that because that's not needed. And we just have a failed last spawn. We need a failed last rotation. So let's see, we'll just do this here. Failed last rotation, so R-O-T-A-T-I-O-N. If failed last rotation, we'll then go back down here for our, hold on, back down there. And instead of failed last spawn, we'll just do this here. Then that should be here. We'll then do this here, and we'll do this here. and that should be good to go. Failed less rotation equals true. And let's see, failed to rotate ghost, didn't hit chance. We're also going to need one for if there's no ghost to do. And if you had a group for each state, you can just do get nodes and group idle. Oh yeah, I have been told about groups before. If you had a group for each state. I have heard of that one. I know you can set different categories for, you're talking about, hold on, the groups here. Yes, there are a few it seems like already, but wouldn't then you have to assign and unassign the states, or what exactly would you have to do? Could you elaborate a little bit? I'm quite curious, as I've heard about it before. I've tried looking into it a little bit before, but it felt a little bit over my pay grade, so I went back down a little bit, as there's a lot of new features I don't know of and a lot of fun things, but also I'm not looking to do too much at once. And each time the ghost changes state, you just need to add or remove it from the group. Yeah, We do have a place where we check to see the group. Maybe we could do that there? I'm not too sure. The thing is, we don't have a lot of ghosts at the moment. There is another way to do it, another function at least. So like ghost add group idle when a ghost idles. Yeah. Let's see. There's that way. That I do like that way. The other way, and I don't remember exactly how it goes, but we did it before with our target manager, where we just looked through a list and checked for a bool state. We could do that way too. That way might be a little bit nicer compared to what we're doing right now. However, if it comes to be the case where we need to check the status and check and get a group of ghosts in a current state, that as well. But wouldn't we then have to also add and remove in other places? So for example, when the ghost decides to, what's the word I'm looking for? When the ghost is removed, then we would have to remove it from the idle group, or does it automatically remove because of the queue free? And what are we trying to do? We are trying to get a list of ghosts that are currently idle, and Banafi is suggesting that we set a group and set their status as idle. And when they are idle, they get removed or added to the group. And when they're not idle, we can remove them. And I remember the last time we ran into something like this, we used it in our target manager. And this was something I learned recently, is if we go to here, you can do a filter on something, which I thought was super duper neat. And I do like the filter idea as well. And my worry is just that, is one way faster or another? I don't think it matters, since the hope is that this will be such a small game. And since they're really only looking at 3 ghosts, if it happens to be the case, maybe we run into the 100 ghost idea, maybe then it would be worth it to consider another option. But I'm thinking this way will be okay, at least for now. If it happens to be the case that we need a different group of ghosts, then I think having the target idea is a good one. And I'll also put it on the to-do, because I do like that one. And I do at some point need to stop avoiding groups. I do know it. At some point I'm gonna need to conquer this fear. Well, it's not even a fear, it's just a avoidance, since there's so many new things I'm doing. So what we'll do is we'll go to this, hold on, target list here, array, you there, hold on, let's see. Where do we go? We were just somewhere else. Ah, here we are. We'll just grab you. And we'll do a idle list. So ghost manager here, we'll go down here, and I'll also add a to-do, get a list. To-do, hashtag to-do, possibly change to detecting detecting via groups for easier management, management. Idle, yeah, detecting via status groups, yes. Possibly change to detecting via status groups for easier management. Yeah. And nighty night, Noi. Thank you for stopping by and for lurking a bit here and there. I hope you have a lovely night, and I hope you get a lot of well-deserved and a lovely rest as well. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll do this for now. That way I can keep it in mind, as yeah. Groups, I have not touched them, but I know they're handy. And then after that, we'll have a list of idle ghosts. So idle underscore ghost list, idle ghost list, and it's going to be array of target. And then we're going to do a function here, and we're going to say func, and we're going to grab a thing, and we're going to see if the ghost target is, we're just checking the status, so that should be fine. Yeah, we should be good. So function, and this here target list dot filter is idle, so we'll just grab that here, and it'll instead be is idle, and then we'll go ahead and say ghost, and then we'll have ghost here, and then we'll do a bool return, and that's there. And then we just grab this guy here and we'll put them there for our list. And I was doing WASD. I thought so. And usually, well, I've been told before that the arrow keys aren't intuitive. That was my guess. Oh, wait, no, in your game. I remembered, in your game. I was doing WASD in scene view. Oh, you just had to click on the center, right, of the game instead. You were clicking here and trying to use it, you needed to click in here. Is that that's my guess on why it wasn't working. And night, indeed. Night, and rest a while again. So let's see. We have that here. We have is idle. We go back to our target manager. We should be able to see this is a vacant guy, for example, and we return this guy here. So all we have to do is then go here. And instead of this guy, we're returning if the ghost dot current status, and then we set it equal to, and we're going to say if it's equal to, and what we're looking for is to see about ghost dot status dot idle. That there. And if it's ghost dot status dot idle, then we can go ahead and have it do that. And then we can say ghost list, hold on, ghost underscore list. Now, where are we getting ghost list from? I'm quite curious. Where do we set this guy at? Where are we using you at? And no, I did see that. Good. And yeah. I've run into that problem before thinking my controls aren't working, but I'm glad you figured out the problem. That's always good. It's the thing of, man, I should have known this 20 minutes ago, and I've been spending 20 minutes on a problem that didn't need to be such a problem. Oh boy, the pain of that. I have felt it before. Let's see here. We have a ghost list, which is our no% ghost. Yes, ghost list, and we're going to do ghost list.getChildren. Yep, and that should give us what is called a list, I believe. So when we're down here, ghost list.getChildren.filter. There we are. So that should work. And again, I think if we run into the issue of needing to know the statuses in other areas, I definitely think the group idea is good. And I do want to at least once touch the group idea in this code, since I'm also using this as a project to get better understanding Godot as a total, since it's supposed to be a learning project. It's the second game I've ever made, and I've been working on this game for a little bit over a year. And I want to get better at different aspects, but I also don't want to get better at everything all at once. So it's a thing of just, I want to explore different options, find out things, and that way, when I make my next game, I'll have this knowledge and I can do things a little bit differently and mix it up and try out different suggestions or ideas or scenarios. So I am enjoying this a lot. So let's see here. We have a get list of idle ghost, and then we have an array. It's going to be array of ghost, and we have ghost list get children, and if their ghost status is idle. And then after that, we'll do random ghost. So var, and we'll say ghost, and it's going to be a ghost, and this ghost is going to equal, and it's going to be idle ghost list dot, and I believe we can do pick random. We get a random ghost. After that, we check to see if we failed our last rotation. If we did fail our last rotation, then what we're going to do is we're going to say our target manager dot, and we're going to do assign new random target, and then we're going to say our ghost. So assign new random target to this guy here. And always scary to delve into new mechanics when you have something you know works. Yeah, the thing is, this itself, I've only used ever once. This is a new mechanic in itself. So because I know it exists now, I'm excited to use it. It's the thing of just, I want to see more of what this filter guy has to offer, but also the thing of just too much at one time can be a bad thing, and it depends. And I think I might need a new brain. Oh boy. Sometimes stepping away as well can help with working on your project. Not spending too much time on it, focusing down can help you clear your mind. I have noticed sometimes that after a walk, I get good ideas, or I figure out that solution that I was trying to solve and spend an hour banging my head against the wall not able to accomplish. So that can help too, Katana, if you're struggling a little bit. Just doing a little bit of a rest. And hi, Beatus. Welcome in. What the dog doing? welcome in the stream. Welcome back. So let's see here. What will have happen is we'll pick the random ghost. Then if we fail the last rotation, we'll go ahead and assign the new ghost. Fill the last rotation equals, and then we'll say ghost has been rotated. And what we'll do here actually is print the ghost.name, and we'll say plus, and then we'll say has been rotated to spot, has been rotated from blank. So we'll do from, and then we'll do space, and then we'll grab our, assign new target. We can't get the new target yet though. Okay, hold on. we'll do here var old target. And thank you, Canadian Brit from Cali for the subscription for the 2 months in total. Hold on, let me make sure there is a message or not. Okay, good, we're good. Lovely. Well, thank you for this Prime subscription. But I can't word correctly, can I? I feel like I'm either slurring my words together. I'm just speaking like bubble words. But thank you, and welcome in. I hope you enjoy the emotes. And I did read that as well. Lovely. So let's see. We're going to grab the old target, so var old target, like this here. And oh, that should not be a space. Old underscore target. And we're going to say target. And then we're going to equal it to the ghost.current target. Ghost.target. There we are. And then we're going to say the new target here. So we're going to do this guy here. And then we're going to say the new target. So we'll just do this. And then we'll do this here. And then we'll have that guy there. And then we'll have ghost.target. And we'll say this as the new target. And that way, we can do, let's see. Actually, we'll do string here. String. And we'll make this a string too. String. Target dot name. And we'll also make you dot name as well. So dot name. That way we don't have to worry about too much. Dot name. And too much words, too little time. Not enough time, I tell you, not enough time. So blank has been rotated from, we'll do this here, old target. And then we'll do a plus, and then we'll do a 2, and then a space, and then another plus, from old target to new target. This should give us insights into what's going on in the background. So that is if it's successful. So blank has been rotated from blank to blank. I like that. And we set fill rotation equal to that. Lovely. Okay. And if that doesn't work, then what we need to do, and actually we'll also as well say to do, let's see. We'll do a function here just to make it a little bit easier. And we'll say rotate ghost. And we'll then grab a ghost here. We'll set it to ghost here. It is a void. We'll grab that. And then I'll go ahead and just do this here because this is the same exact thing we need to do. And I think this is easier to do it this way instead. This is one of those, this is one of those cases where I would do it over here just because it's easier to read as well. We don't want a lot going on in the text. So I'll just grab you here. I should be able to do Shift Tab to slide it back over. And then after that, we say if failed last rotation, we go ahead and rotate the ghost here. There we go. Oh, rotate ghost with the ghost. There we are. Rotate ghost. Otherwise, if we did succeed on our rotation, so if chance level data, ghost underscore rotation chance, and if it does work, then we're gonna go ahead. And what we say is we do that there, we do remove that there, and we go ahead and say rotate the ghost. And we'll actually also do this above. That might make it a little bit easier. Otherwise, if we can't rotate the ghost, what we're going to say is fail to rotate ghost. Fail to rotate ghost. G-H-O-S-T. Failed to rotate ghost. We set the last rotation to true, and then we return. One last thing we need to check for is to make sure that if the list is empty, then we return. So what we'll say is, let's see, var, and we'll say, function, not function, different thing. If idle ghost list dot is empty, we're going to say to the player here, or the player won't see it thus. We're going to say it to ourselves here. We'll then say, fail to rotate ghost, no ghost are idle. No ghost are idle. Fail to rotate ghost, no ghost are idle. We set it to error. We then set this rotation to true here. So that goes to true. We'll say true there, and then we'll go ahead and return. So if that is the case, that all ghosts are currently on the move, then we don't want to rotate them. And I believe that should work then. We don't need anything else. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Let's see. To check this and see if it's working, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do not too many tests. We'll go to our prototype level and, sandbox level here. Go to our sandbox level and we're going to do a few things. We'll go to here. We'll set the spawn chance to 0 just to make sure, just to check. We're going to set the rotation chance to 100%, and then we're going to set the rotation timer to 5 seconds. And then we're going to click on play here. So let's see how fairly well it does. Let's click on levels here. Once we spawn in a ghost, so I spawn in a ghost here, that there. Let's see what happens. I might need to, hold on. Assign array node to a variable of ghost. I see, ghost list dot get children. Hold on. Why are you angry? Is it because our ghost list is a node? Yes, but we just get the children of the ghost list. And that's what I'm wondering. What if we just say an array of ghosts? How about that? Does that work? Are you happy with that? Let's see. If we do that instead, Or we'll go ahead and spawn in our ghost again. And what do we get? Might be the case we really might have to do the, oh, hold on. Ghost has rotated from idle spot. Oh, I see. Good. So the ghost is now rotating spots. We forgot to move the ghost. Hold on. On our cheats, what do? We do this guy here. When we move the ghost, so let's see, move ghost. We move ghost from random idle spot to that there. So let's see, grab you here. Control-Shift-F, find where we do the connect at. So on our connect, we do this here. We grab the ghost and then we change the idle spot. So you there, do that there. Change idle spot if ghost equals banished. Otherwise, I see, lovely. Okay, in that case, we should be doing this instead in our ghost manager. So really, it should be at the very bottom here, not this one here. It should instead be change idle spot ghost. This guy here should be the one that we are targeting. Okay, now that's good to go. Let's see if it does fix the problem. So we go to levels here, we go to you here, spawn in our ghost again, and let's see if it works. So we have a status idle, and we have move and wandering. Lovely. And we do ghost has entered idle spot, and the ghost should rotate. Ghost has been rotated from idle spot 1 to idle spot 2. Ghost has entered idle spot. Lovely. 1 to 2. Let's go ahead and spawn in another ghost here. So we'll spawn in another ghost. Now that ghost is moving. So now, hopefully, the ghost will move on their own autonomously. We have that one there moving. That one there's good to go. Let's see. Let's up the timer a little bit to see. This singular ghost keeps getting picked for some odd reason. I'm wondering if it's going to... Okay. It's just a chance thing. Good. Look at that. Isn't that neat? We can up the timer a little bit more, but the idea is that the ghost will now move on their own. And then, if we go into their area, the ghosts can't move because neither of them are idle. So we should get an error message that says, no ghosts are idle. Lovely. It should say it again. Let's see if it does. No ghosts are idle, yes. And if I leave the area again, both are moving, so they're not idle at the moment. But now that one's idle, now that another's idle, now they're guaranteed to move the next time it goes off, and they do. Lovely. Okay, so I think it's functional, possibly. Mayhaps, perchance. That's good news to hear. We'll see, because it's also going to be a balancing issue to figure out how much time we should do but in wiggle room sense. But this code is working, it seems like. So let's mess around with the game a little bit, see if we can get it to break, see if it works the way it should, and try out a level, see if they do end up doing an error of some sorts. What are some times, we'll go to the ad breaks, and the ad break will start very soon, but just think, what are timers do you think we can do to test out our level? So we have here on our prototype. What's a good prototype tester, do you think, to see? We have one here currently, our ghost spawn chance. I'll move that up to 80. Right now, a complete game is 5 minutes long. So do we want ghosts to spawn every 1 minute, 2 minutes? I'm thinking every 30 seconds would be a good idea. So ghost spawn chance or ghost spawn timer every 30 seconds. So you're guaranteed at least, or at most, you'll get a total of 10 ghosts, possibly. We have a ghost spawn chance of 80. We have a ghost limit of 3. We'll change the ghost spawn chance. Yeah, I think that's fine. 80 is okay. Then the rotation chance and the timer will set to maybe 15 seconds instead. That could be a lot of fun. Okay, so we'll do that there. Customer spawn chance is about 40% right now, and the timer's 25. This seems to be, I think the customers might spawn a little bit too much still, so I might bump this up to 30 seconds. That way the player gets a little bit more time. And then after that, what we'll do is we'll disable the, let's see here, disable the collision shapes. We'll then go into our prototype level, make sure cheats are not enabled, speedy customers are enabled. Let's disable that. We'll click on play here. And then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hide this guy here. We'll mute you there, and we'll enable the music. And once you come back from that, we'll give trying a regular, typical level a try. And if it feels okay, if it feels fine, if nothing breaks, fingers crossed, then we'll move on to having the ghost affect the customer in a radius. So I'm excited. Oh, hold on. Before that, let me also make it back up. So let's see. Ghost rotation, or OTATO, and ENABLD. Ghost rotation enabled. Stage the commit, push the commit, and we're good to go. Lovely. Okay, commit and sync. All right. That's a run then. Let's see here. And where can I playtest it? Right now, Catonic, you are unable to playtest the ghost, but I will shortly, well, not I say shortly, but I can do, let's see, exclamation NECROTYPE. This is the current public version of the game to playtest at. So once this guy's released, once I don't get any bugs from my side, I'll be releasing it onto itch. So that is that's the purpose of having it up on the itch, the prototype, to see if people can spot bugs. And if you do, I can also do this exclamation ASCRD. So if you do happen to spot bugs, do let me know. You can send it in the Discord in the bug section, and I'll do my best to target them as quickly as possible and start a scale to see if it breaks. You know what? It's not going to break. What we need to do is figure out if it's going to be stressful, if the timer settings here are going to be too much, and if we're going to need to tone it down. So is it going to be boring? Is it going to be too much? Or is it going to be just perfect? When we get back, I'll start the timer. The Ghost update will come in December for sure. Yeah, 100%. I certainly think so. It's not going to break, said every programmer ever. Didn't you just see it work wonderfully well? I have absolute 100% confidence that will not be shattered in the next 2 minutes. I believe in it. I believe in the dream. Sounds to me like you're not believing in it enough, and it's okay. I don't blame you at all. It's all right. However, if you just believed in it a little bit more, maybe it could show you its true colors. If you just looked really, really hard, deep down inside of its heart, I think you could find it. It goes every 30 seconds is absolutely devious. Well, hold on. It's not every 30. That's worst possible scenario. And I believe you. Thank you. I say we have a believer. There you go. Thank you. Is it? No. Ooh, I feel like I read that name before. Sahid? Oh, Sahid. Are you from YouTube? If I had to guess. Welcome in. And it's his first time, but I feel like I've read that name before. Maybe it's no. Shade? Maybe. Possibly. I can certainly try again. But thank you. Believe in the dream. Let me get some water here. Oh, I already drank that water. I did drink that as well. Good. And gamble. Oh boy. Yes, indeed. Once the ghosts are implemented, I'll go back and figure out the calibration bug. That'll be my main focus. And then we'll work on the tutorial. Hydrate.
Check 14 just redeemed hydrate.
More hydration is required before we hydrate and dihydrate. Let's see. More. Makes you sound like an evil villain. And what was the bug with calibration? I don't think I've ever seen it. Yeah, it's tricky. The thing is, and I keep writing down the numbers and I keep forgetting where they go, but certain numbers, so certain times during the calibration scene itself, I think it's 0.108 possibly. And thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome in again. If you get the calibration and the calibration ends up giving you like a 0.108 something, there's a certain range of a calibration number that you get from testing that doesn't let you do the game. It just breaks it, and like before when you saw the word vomit bug, it causes the word vomit bug is what it does. And it does it because, and I believe this is why, it does it because the timer or the spawn time is too short. So I just have to figure out a limit of some sort. And hi, Mr. Double A. Welcome into stream, and thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Thank you. I hope you had a lovely stream, and if you have to raid or not, I wholeheartedly understand as well. And you all came at a lovely time. I was just about to playtest my game, so you'll get to see if it breaks. But hold on, let me go ahead and do /shoutout and at Mr. Double A. And if you'd love to as well, I don't remember the name of your game, but if you'd like to post a Steam link, feel free to as well. And noise? Yeah, we're about to see. Outbreaks are done, so welcome back, everyone from the Outbreaks, and welcome back to anyone who's just is joining the raid. I am currently I'm in the process of making a rhythm typing cafe game where you play as a Necromancer, this gal right here. This version isn't up on itch yet, but if you'd like to try it out yourself, the prototype, Necrotype, there you go. You can try it out. And we're testing a new mechanic in the game, Ghost. And what we're hoping to see is that the ghosts aren't too burdensome. I'm a little bit afraid to click spud, but I believe. Let's click it. The game has started. Let it commence. Let's see how well we do. And Mr. Farmer Boy, a cute farming game with the automation and Steam. Yeah. And I'm so bad at typing. Oh, customer response. Also, hold on. We don't want that. We're going to go ahead and just go to customer here. Now, it didn't break, but I don't want to see the status. So I'm just going to grab that. I'm also going to grab that's not how you spell customer scene here. I just want to disable the UI. That way we can't see what the customer status is. That's something I'm going to do. And I'm so bad at typing. I'm hoping to make the game easier. We don't want it to be too difficult. Okay. Take 2. Now everything is hidden. We can't see their status. The game lasts at the moment for 5 minutes, so whew, we'll see. Customer has spawned. Go ahead, customer. Be seated. I am excited to see your review. I believe. Oh boy. No ghost yet. Customer. Oh, no ghost or idle. Failed to rotate ghost. Okay, that's fine. That's a-okay. We're good to go. This ghost wants 2. Well, they want 1 thing. You can see there's pink, there's purple, there's a bit of a cookie symbol. The idea is that in this game, it's ruled by flavors, and each wizard represents a... Oh, ghost is spawned! Each ghost represents a flavor. Oh, you know what? We forgot to enable memory. That's okay. That's all right. This thing here was not enabled. That's okay. Prototype level. Let's add the memory flavor. That needs to be in here in order for the game to function. Take 4! The thing is, it's not breaking. I just forgot to enable features. All right, where was I? The idea is that if we go over here, you'll see this is the cafe portion of the game, and you serve customers. Well, hold on. As I say, a customer, you serve customers via making them dishes. And you do it by typing out poems to the beat. And this time for sure, it's not broken. It just doesn't work. Exactly. It's not broken. I just didn't press the Boolean value for true. Okay, it's a little broken. Just a little bit. The customer should not be able to order memory. That should not be allowed. For now, we'll move past it. We will do it. I would have wanted Stardust. It's not broken. It's a feature. They should not be able to order memory. It's okay. It's all right. We'll keep going. We will fix that later. We'll fix it later. We'll just go ahead. Sweet. They want sweet? Sure. They want a little bit of memory? Sure. All right. You want a little bit of a cookie? Sure. Cookie for you, cookie for me, cookie for everyone. All right. Let's see. Here we go. All right. T-O space S-A. I can hear them. E space. I'm not ready. H-E-M space F-I-R-E F-L-I-E-S comma space C-O-L-L. Alright. E-C-T space S-A. Let's see, R-E-D. Hold on. E-X-T. Maybe I need to calibrate. Maybe. I don't know. The beat felt off towards the end. Usually I don't have to calibrate, but truly, if you would have bet stuff, you would have won on my loss. But look, ghosts are working. That's at least functional, right? I get points for that. You know, the worst part is this game's breaking in a way I did not expect. I wasn't ready. And rhythm game dev bad and rhythm games. Hold on now. My game has been hard for a very long time. Oh, now that there's a bug. That right there is a bug. Okay, hold on. Let's try again. Calibration first. Let's see. That's also a bug. It's all crumbling down. I clicked start and it automatically calibrated. Did I ever fix this? I do not remember. Hold on. No, I think I broke this and I never fixed. Well. You know, everything that I thought would work is working. That's all I said. I didn't say the unforeseen things would break it. I just meant the things that we implemented would work. They're working. It's just that other stuff broke. And there's a difference. No, it's just broken. It's just broken. Okay, well, it seems like the release will, for the ghost at least, you know, and well, I hope you're having a lovely raid. Let's try again. Hey, let's do the test was successful. You found bugs. Just the goal of the test, so all is fine. Let's try this again. Hello, valued, loyal customer. Surely you will not order something that is forbidden on the dish. I'm sure you're going to make the right choice here. You're going to order bitter, or you're going to order bittersweet. No memory shall be decided. Think long and hard about this. The whole stakes rely on you. Bitter. They did it. Okay, let's see here. Bitter, yes. Oh, customer and ghost to spawn. It's okay. It's all right. They want a cookie? They can have a cookie. Here's a cookie. Okay, from there, let's see. Does it work now? L-I-K-E space T W O space DECREPIT. I think maybe I just messed up the first time. Space. Okay. FIRE space. Oh, that's not space. EN comma space F. Hold on. IREMEN space UN WORTH fly comma space S. Oh, okay. I just think my group was off. That's all. CKS. Period. Okay, dish done. Customer, you shall be served. There you go. Take the dish. So there's 2 ghosts here. Customer, hello value customer. Go ahead and have a seat here. And task failed successfully. Eventually, all will work out, I assure you. No, I can certainly say things are a little wacky here. They're a little wild. We have a full house, and that's not good. The timers will need to be changed. Right now we have 2 ghosts and 2 customers. I don't like this. The game's not even halfway done and we already have a lot. I think we can lower down the value just a smidge, Let's see here. This is for a ghost. We have, let's see, I space S T R E T. Another ghost spawned. H E D space O U T space M. Y space FEET space AND space K P the whole space TH E space M AGN I don't know why that messed me up, but it's okay. It's recoverable. FICENT. Yes, we did it. Okay, good. Okay. Did someone leave angry? I can't tell. Coast here. There you go. Goodbye. Hello, customer. Hi, how you doing? Okay, we're good. And just leave your school issues and bugs. Problem solved. I'm at least moderately okay at this game. When I can feel it out. I'd say, my average score is 70%. If I had to guess. Oh, that's not right. We need a sweet coffee. Yeah, it's cocoa. Sweet cocoa. There you go. Cocoa. Hello, ghost. I heard another ghost. Okay. So far, so good. I just think there's too many ghosts. Let's see. THE space MORAL space O F space MY space O. Yeah, this seems a little bit too slow. D E space IS space THI. Oh, I thought I deleted you. Space BE AUT Y space I S space T WIC E space B E. Now almost done. Where did that colon come from? AUT Y. Done. There you go. Take it. Goodbye. See you later. Right now we're not getting penalized for ghosts being here. That's the only saving grace. So, good news, functional. Bad news, broken. I'll take it. We need to lower down the ghost spawn rate, that's for certain. A few things need to be tweaked, but all in all, it is a game. That's good news. It feels like a game. I'll take it. A game is shaping up nicely. Thank you. And it's still a game dynamic. Thank you. Welcome in, Sasha Logan. Welcome in. I remember the concept of call and response is difficult to pull off. Could you elaborate on what you mean exactly for the call and response, Sputnik? I don't remember exactly. Oh boy, let me make sure I read all of these too. And are you failing, son? Just a smidge, just a smidge, but it's okay. It's all right. The more you do it, the better you get. I'm sure of it. Let's see here. Let me make sure I read these. Yep. There we go. And maybe shouldn't be able to spawn while you're in the middle of the realm section. I do want them to spawn while you're in the middle because someone could, or at least this is me thinking about just players, but right now the game is not paused when you're typing. I think this is okay because it means you should type faster. If the game is paused when you're typing, then you get infinite amount of tries in order to figure out the game or to figure out the spell. Because if you fail the spell, you just have to grab the ingredients and the customer's only wasted like 2 seconds because you grabbed the ingredients. So by having the spell enabled while having the time updated while you're casting, it means you can't just pause the game. You don't get a pause. It's not forgiving. It's forgiving in some senses, some areas, not quite another. You had a reference for the main part? Oh, I see. It went back and forth. A call, oh yes, indeedy. We don't have the call and response anymore. Not anymore, I don't believe. Yeah, well, hold on. No, I don't believe Fortunately, the call and response is here anymore. And I did read that as well. Lovely, lovely. Oh boy, we had it in the game. And for some of them, they will have the call and response, but it's not in the game, or it's not the main mechanic anymore. It's a feature of some of them to have the call and response. I liked the idea of the call and response, but it ended up not working out in the way I thought it would, so it got removed. So, what we'll do first is, well, there was a few things that went wrong there. Let's just write them down, a few things. Let's just go into here, and let's see, let's bring you into Obsidian here. Okay, so a few things I could recognize and acknowledge that went wrong in that directional area. If we go to our notes here. Okay, few things, just a few things, just a few things here. And hi, Henry Wardson. Welcome into stream. Welcome in, and thank you for the follow. And I think you should have the tiers of customers where you start with peasants, and they all they know is give me or oh me. And as you rank up, you get more well-spoken customers. Well, the thing is in this game, you are a necromancer in a prestigious wizard academy. So everyone here has money. They're rich. They're rich and they have money. And so the payment when you serve a customer isn't money, because everyone has money here. You get knowledge. They give you their study notes. So everyone here is big brain smart. They made it to the big leagues. Either that or their parents just have a lot of money. Everyone here is wealthy. Hence the idea that you don't have to become a necromancer to be successful in life. You can be a baker. You know, I can follow my dreams, Bob. I don't have to go down the path of doctor or lawyer. That's the good feeling we're going for. And a few things, and they hand over the brains. Yeah, knowledge is power here. And a few things, everything. Oh, how could I forget about everything? Let's see. So, I noticed customers can order memory, M-E-M-O-R-Y. Customers can order memory, too fast spawning. That was also something to note, wasn't it? Too fast spawning, customers can order memory. What else? Calibration is also broken. C-A-L-I-B-R-A. I don't think that's how you spell calibration. Hold on, let me just go ahead and do a little bit of a Google. C-A-L-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. Is that how you do calibration? C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. Hold on. C-A-L-I-B-R-A-T-I-O-N. Calibration is broke. There we go. And what is the memory ingredient for? Why do you need it? Each flavor represents a different wizard in the game. For example, you play as a necromancer, so your flavor is bitter. And the ghosts get a flavor, and that flavor is memory. And again, oh yes, very much indeed. Calibration is that thing I can't seem to run away from. It breaks every other patch, which is okay. I realize just the calibration portion of the game is the finicky part that seems to always break, even when I change and update things. Yeah. Oh boy, just see the customers are partially dead inside, so it becomes a feature. And calibration needs calibration. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I felt very laggy. Not only that, but when I pressed the start button, calibration wasn't working. So that can be fixed. That can be fixed. Most certainly, because I already planned to look at. Oh, hold on. I already kind of have it there, but this is a different bug. Hold on. Calibration is big broke. There we go. That explains it. Just that there. Everything is broken there. Not only do the skulls sometimes not move, can't start games. Can't start. There we are. Those are the two things. Making it big broke, I say. So let's see. What else was the problem? Ghosts were spawning too much, so too much spawning. Ghost spawned too much. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, yes. Ghosts also still have a bit of a bug where sometimes they don't go back to their idle spot. Ghosts don't go to idle spot sometimes. That's also an issue at the moment. And I think I'm going to remove the rhythm minigame from my game. I told you, Rodrigo. If it's one thing I've learned, never again will I make a rhythm game this early on. If I'm going to make another rhythm game, it's going to be after I've made another 10 games of easier genres. This rhythm game portion, or the rhythm aspect of the game, has given me quite a few pains here and there. And the funny part is, this game, the one I'm making, this one right here, is based off of a college project. If I click on this one, you should be able to see it. This one here, Console Cafe Simulator. And that guy had no rhythm. You just typed out. Well, you didn't really type. It was a lot of just inputs going on with the player itself. You just had to type out, for example, 000, or for carrot, or yeah, carrot smoothie, you had to type in carrot or hashtag. And I wanted to, after I dropped out, make a upgraded version of this for my first big game. This is the second game I've ever made in Godot. This one here was the college project. And so I decided, why not just take this college project and make it into a Godot game? And then I thought to myself, yes, I feel like I don't want people who are really good at keyboards to be really good at the game. So I'm gonna throw them off. But how can I throw them off with typing in the keyboard? Well, why don't I add rhythm into it? Here we are. That's how it all happened from this here, wanting to just twist it a little bit. What could possibly go wrong? Oh boy. So let's see, I'll click back into here. Let's start off with things we can fix. For now, we will worry about calibration a little bit later. We'll focus on ghosts because calibration is something I plan to just go back over. Also, but something nice that happened the other day, someone released a Godot tutorial for how to make a rhythm game. I have not watched it yet entirely, but I'm excited because that just means I get another chance to see how other people implement rhythm games. Big, I say big. So we'll move this guy up here. We'll worry about him a little bit later. We'll worry about what we can do at the moment. Too fast spawning. Let's start with something easy. Let's go back into our programs here. So to tackle that, we would just have to modify settings a little bit. A little bit here, a little bit there. Let's see. So instead of spawning every 30 seconds, let's set the spawn chance to 60 seconds. Let's start there. Or yeah, every 60 seconds. So at least 4 ghosts can spawn at most. I think that's okay. We'll just tone it down a little bit. Actually, we'll do 45 seconds as a medium, and we'll also set the spawn chance to be 50-50. There you go. Less, not as 80%. That should fix that there. So I'll go ahead and check it off. And before that though, let me get some tissues and clear my nose to give me a good old second here. We're all good to go, and thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Isaac. And that's great news that it came out in December too late. Yeah, that's the thing. Because Godot is still a developing engine, a lot of new things are always happening and a lot of new tutorials are always coming out. So it's just a thing of, I'm struggling with this now, but probably in another 2 years, there'll be a full-fledged tutorial. And I would offer to make a tutorial on how I did this myself, but I still don't understand it. So maybe, when I do eventually, I could also add to the well of information. That way, someone who wants to do what I did won't struggle as much. I would like that as well. That would be very nice. But that said though, this guy should be checked off. Next up, we need to figure out why the customer was allowed to order memory. That should be okay. That should be a-okay and good to go. So let's see. I'll check that off, remove that there. And let's go ahead and have the customers with the memory. And to do that, that shouldn't be too bad. Customers simply forward. Yeah, they need a little bit of memory boost here and there. What we can do is go to our, let's see here. What can we do? What can we say? The thing is, the customers should not be able, oh, I know, hold on. Level flavor, level products. Yes, indeed. This is why the customers can order memory, is because these are the settings of the level. So if I remove this, memory no longer exists in the game. But the thing is, since we need memory to be in the game, we have to enable it. But the customers choose from this list here. They choose. So I think a nice fix for this would just be to say, go to customers. If you have memory, re-roll again. And re-roll for as long as you don't get memory. I think that'll be our best bet there. It's just remove memory or do it that way. So what we'll say is, we'll go to our customer manager, and this customer manager is where we get our orders from. So when a customer is spawned, their order is automatically created. And what the ghost even tastes like, the ghosts themselves are what they're tasting with the memories. The memories are supposed to be a feeling you get, a nice warm feeling inside that makes you want to banish yourself for a little bit. And then you come back and it kind of gets a little bit hooked. And just one of the side effects of magic, it's written on the paper thingy, magic can cause memory loss and hallucination in rare cases. We are not liable. Can you imagine a customer coming in and wanting to order ghost food? I would question why, or how did they discover it in the first place? And let's see here. If you have memory as the first item in the list, you can just pop the first item in the race so they can't re-roll it. Ooh, that's a great idea. You know what? Let's do it that way. I do like it. My question just is, if, for example, we do this, then there's no flavors that can be chosen. If we started off with memory, I do like that idea here. Memory, and then it would be bitter, and then we have sweet. Okay, yeah, I do like that one. I think we should do it, Banafi. I do agree. So what we'll do here is we have desired dish, set customer to tutorial. Nope. We have create profile here and customer profile, type profile. We're looking for set customer order. Here we are. Order, set order, and then we do favorite mixed. And if we go to this order, this is where the order, this is where the magic happens when it comes to, oh, hold on. Where are we at with our prototype? Prototype level. Oh, I did. Thank you for that. Oh boy, it should be sweet. I meant to click sweet. There we are. User error, or how bugs tend to happen. Let's see here. And what I want to do is here, we have a few options. We have a randomize, where it just randomly chooses it. We have a mixed dish flavor, and we also have favorite mixed. The idea behind is that a Necromancer, since their flavor is bitter, they're always going to want something bitter. Be it it's going to be bitter or bittersweet. And customers can only order memory. That is an option. Well, the thing is, I believe if I just set it to memory, it's going to break the game, because they're going to want something, or no, I don't think it's going to break the game. Actually, I have hope in the game. I believe in it. I believe in it so much, in fact. I think it's time for that. It's that time of the hour where we put our cards on the boards here. I'm going to do slash TOLL. I don't think it's going to break the game. What I think is going to happen, and let me click on this guy here. Question, will it crash? Question mark there. Ye, nay, or ye, nah. And then we have, let's see, duration. We'll set it to 1 minute. And let's see, good, allow additional votes. I don't know what that means there, so we'll just keep it that there and start the poll. Okay, I believe, I have hope. I think it won't. And to be fair, if I heard some college folk found can make food taste like memories, I would drop everything in a rush there. I agree. I would love to have, like, what is it? On demand, just eat sweet memories. I think it could be fun. It could just be a nice thing to have. Just go with somewhere and just have, oh, nostalgic was another flavor someone suggested having. Can you imagine a nostalgic memory or a sweet nostalgic flavor? How nice would that be? Though, I feel like nostalgia and memory can go back to back depending on how you use it, but then you have bitter memory, and I don't know about that one, salty memory. That'll be in the game, so it's just a matter of trying to figure out the world itself and the mechanics behind it as well. Let me go ahead and get some water here, and I'm seeing 75% say nah. I'm a little concerned for your confidence in me. Let me get some water. I think the minute will be up. Let's see here. Water, good to go. And hi, lazily excited. Welcome back into stream. Good day, Madam Purple. I have no idea who this Purple is you speak of, but welcome in. Hi. Alrighty then. Are you ready? Let me click on you here. It should allow me to click it. Sometimes it does enjoy doing it, sometimes it does not. If I do /poll again, I think it'll let me see. Poll, alright. I believe what's going to happen is every single customer order is going to be memory. Every single one. And actually, let me do it this way to make it easier to test. We're going to do this guy here. We're going to go to our, let's see, what do we call it? Our sandbox mode. And I'm going to do it here instead. That way I can use the commands. We're going to set it to, let's see, or actually, we could just do the prototype level. The prototype one's fine. Prototype, and I just have to enable the command. So prototype level here, enable its tutorial show debug menu. Enable cheats. Yep, enable cheats. We'll do hotkeys, UI click. I believe we should just be good to go. You know what? We'll just say yep. I'm sure nothing bad will happen from that. And the purple one's the whole, it's a green beast. Purple. I have no idea what this purple is. It sounds like a purple nurple. Let's see. We'll go back to here. Go back to here. Spawn in. Customers. We'll spawn and see all 12. It didn't break. It didn't break. Granted, they're doing this because I made them fast. This is not, everything is fine. Everything is okay. What matters is that all of their memory should at least have memory in it. That's what I expect to happen. And the answer to that is memory. Oh, memory. What do we have here? Oh, you're still deciding? Are you still thinking? Let's see here. Memory? Are you even here? Is this your past image? They're vibrating in another. just a little bit, but it didn't break. Oh, so to answer the question, memory as its only one, not the case. And I should be able to do /poll and redeem the poll. Why doesn't it let me do it? That there. Hold on. How do I? Let's see. We did this before the other day, and it worked out just fine. I should be able to, let's see. Maybe slash poll here. Opens and set up the menu. Yeah, nope, hold on. Poll, nope, there, hold on, let's see. What if I do you here? Just figured this out. And they're tweaking for the memory taste. The memory does have them acting a little bit quirky at night. Let's see. Maybe if I click on you here, that'll work? Odd. Hold on. Let's see. If I do you here, does that make it work? Possibly? No. Since you're here, Eska, would you mind saying why the poll decided not to do the thing? It should allow me to click and choose what happens, but it's not doing it in this case, which is super duper odd. If I click that there, no, hold on. Let me try something else here. If I click that there, does that work? No, it does not. Interesting, yeah. If you could look into that, that would be lovely. As for some reason, it's not letting me do it on my side of things. And oh, what's going on? Oh, hi, Polly, welcome back. As you can see, everything is going absolutely as planned. This is because the customers will set the fast stuff. All I have to do is just do that there. And polls are just options, yes, but I should be able to set what the winner of the poll was. I did it last time, but it didn't do the thing this time. And predictions, oh, well then, my apologies to those that said, well, there was one person who said yay. I wish I could know. I'm the sole person that should be rewarded. I see, prediction, I got ya. That makes a lot more sense. If I now go into this level without the speedy customers and Rob to start us again, was it you, Banafi? Oh boy, spotted customers, and I don't know if last time you were Rob. Now see, they don't do it because they're not, now their speed setting isn't what it's normal now. They're not speedy anymore. They have not had caffeine. They're okay now. And if we grab their order, okay, so seems to be the case of customer target seat. This doesn't even have anything to do with their order. Everything's breaking. Okay, you know what? It's okay. It's all right. Let's go bit by bit. This has nothing to do with the memory. Something else broke. I think I'm just starting to realize, I said it before, Claude seems to be, very delicate and all of Mr. Bread, spin, onion, Senor Rod. Okay, so going this way, I just want to double check. Let's go into our, let's see here, back into our, we need to go into our prototype level. Let's set it back to what it was. The idea of having them in, no, we're good, check. We're fine. I believe everything will be okay. I believe it. As long as we accept the mistakes as they come, they should be okay. And if not, we always have the option of taking a lever, taking a breath, coming back to it a little bit later, refreshed. That's also an option. If all else fails, sleep on it. That does help. Or take a walk, or take a bath, or a shower. That also tends to help with massaging out the pain and strain when it comes to sometimes debugging or programming. We'll go ahead as well. We have our prototype, we have our sandbox here. And if I click on that guy there, we have at the moment bittersweet and memory. That's all correct. Okay. With that enabled, we have here then our sandbox, and I'll just type in levels here. So in our level here, levels menu, level, let's see, prototype level, yes indeedy. These are enabled, show debug menu, good. Okay, and it's tutorial, and what's up gamers? Hi, Commander, welcome into stream, welcome into bugs and crashes. What a lovely time to join, but hi. Let's see here, memory, bitter and sweet. What I wanted to do in our order was, I wanted to check to see, let's see, mixed flavors favorite, and we have get valid random. Oh, you know what? I've got it. I just realized. Hold on. Where do we use this at? Get val random? All we have to do is just go to our customer. I figured it out. Hold on. If we go to profile, type in profile, I have this enabled already. We have get valid random. I have a blacklist, or I should have a blacklist. We have customer profile disliked flavors, and it should be memory. That is right. Necromancer has disliked memory. You have disliked flavors memory. All of you should have disliked flavor as memory. You, let's see, Necromancer here, disliked memory. You should not want to order memory. If memory exists here, you cannot get it. So we have that there, and we have, let's see, Tutorimancer, you also don't get memory. That here should solve it. And I just gotta believe Rapper the Rapper, my favorite rapper. I've yet to play it yet, and type.values.shift should just remove the first element and return a new array. The thing is, if I forget that first value, I'm not too sure. That feels old. I know. Oh boy. Let's see. I do like the idea of removing the first one, But what's the case, or I'd have to write down a note or something to make sure you don't forget that if the first one is if the first memory is disabled, for example, if we don't have ghost in the level, then we shouldn't have memory. But at the same time, if a ghost exists, the memory will be there. So technically speaking, we really shouldn't have the option to pair or unpair it. For example, if memory, ghost, yes. If ghost, the memory. Right now, it's not paired. I think that itself is already bad design. So now that I'm thinking this through, I do think you should probably add the memory in there afterwards. That way, you have the option to do it. I think that would help, or something of the sorts. Because right now, I can forget to tweak and add ghost if the memory is there. So, yeah. I'm mid-20s, basically already a fossil. Hold on, no, you can't see that! And it's rough being so old! Oh no! Oh boy, I don't enjoy those words at all! The implications. Let's see. Flavor profile, and from there, what we'll have happen is you're there. Yes, I see. Okay, so back in here, let's go to our orders here. Order. My back hurts! Born before 2015. Old! Oh boy. In our order script here, we have a normal generate. We have a mixed flavors get valid rhythm, and we have you there, you there. Yes, indeed. Blacklist. What we'll say is, and your sister's 7,000 years old. That is how she has so much knowledge. I'm telling you, 20. Can you imagine all the thousands of years? You can't go saying things like that around here. What we'll do is we'll have our customer. So we should have a current customer. Let's see, go back up here. We have type. Yes, indeed. You should have an order. And when we set the order for our set customer, mixed favorite flavors, normal generate, we have mixed flavors. Yes, indeed. You should also have a customer. So let's see here. What we'll have happen instead of adding this guy here, mixed flavored flavors, we'll just set a customer. I think that'll be easier. So what we'll do is we'll remove that, we'll review, and we'll also remove you here. So you don't need to be a thing either. Remove customer, remove customer. We'll set the customer at the very top. And, OMG, a bread and found in the wild. Bread. Let's see. We'll go ahead and then have here a var, and we're going to call it customer. And we're going to have a customer set here, customer, and we're going to equal it to null. So customer equal to null. And on our order here, what we're then going to have happen is we are going to remove you. You're not needed anymore. You're also not needed. We're going to grab our customer, set our customer here to the customer here. Oh, hold on. New customer. Hold on. New underscore customer. New underscore CUSCLNER. New customer. And then we're going to have you equal that there. So now customer is inherently in here. And this print order on customer, we should just be able to, let's find out where we do print order at. We call upon print order here on customer.player. So instead, no, this is right. Customer print order here. Yep. And we have here customer order print order. Yeah, you should not be needed. You should be a-okay and good to go there. And we are just going to print the order of our customer. And so I'm already petroleum then. Oh boy. Let's see here. After that, we'll go down here. And now that we have our customer available, we'll do get valid random, and our blacklist equals.
The
so
underscore Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Sure. I'll go ahead and get some water. Thank you for the redeem. Let's see here. Water has been acquired. Thank you for that one, Chapel. So we'll have automatically, and then you can say, yeah, cookbook current levels, all of that there. What we're going to say is we're going to do blacklist array equals, we're going to say customer dot profile dot, and then we're going to say dislike flavors. And this blacklist here are the items that we won't want. And that means, and this was an old idea in the game, and I'm still not sure if I want to go through with it, but back in my day, back a year ago, we had the idea that you could get a little bit creative when it came to serving customers. For example, and let me bring you into concepts here to see if I can explain it a little bit better. And so many people in Water Table providing help sometimes. These streams just never change. We just have people calling one another old. Oh boy. Let's see here. Customers had orders. So you had a little, hold on. I think I already have a customer doodled out here. I'm learning though. That's all, you know, as long as the little bit of learning going on. I got quite satisfied, or just as long as you're having fun. That's also very important. A customer would have an order, and the customer would order two things, a combination between the two. And the idea was that the player could give them whatever they thought, or it would, you could maybe call it a forgiveness system, in the sense of if you had random product lying around because a customer left, maybe you could use that customer on there. And you never stop learning my code. I look back at code I wrote last week and realized I was doing everything wrong. Yeah, that's the best part though. When you can look back at old things you did and realize, man, I should not have done that, or man, I did not know a lot. That means you've grown. If you can recognize the change and know the change existed, I think that it's just lovely. And we have a flavor come. In this example, our customer is, for example, our Necromancer. So we know for certain our Necromancer is going to want something bitter. So when you have a Necromancer coming in, when the Necromancer sits down, you know guaranteed you're going to need to already have on your plate a bitter flavor. And initially in the game, there was an option for a customer ordering something or saying, I don't know, I don't care what you want in the game, or I don't care what flavor you give me, just don't give me this. That was the idea behind it. So a customer order would instead say, all right, I want something bitter, but I don't want something sweet. Or they would say, just give me anything that's not sweet. That was the idea. However, because that system made it maybe, well, not, yeah, it was a little complex, or at least the idea, it wasn't scrapped. It was just kind of pushed aside a little bit, tucked under a rug. Because I like it, I'm just not sure the implementation, and right now that's not needed in our MVP. We just need the ability to have customers order food. That's really what's important. We can worry about preferences and likes and dislikes later. Right now, customers should just be able to order food. Once that's functional, we can move on to the idea of, all right, I want something specific. I'm feeling like something sweet today. Give me something sweet, or whatever you have on the menu, chef's order, and then you could get rid of product that you have building up on your back shelf. That's why I had that idea. And would you have a super duper easy mode for ones that have to look at the keyboard to type? Yes, indeed, I hope so. Or at least I would love to do different modes or something of the sort. I know for certain with our different Necromancers, for example, if I go back into programming here, and like the sound of it gives me good pizza, great pizza, I haven't heard of that before. Is it a game? And this probably won't make sense without context, but it amuses me sometimes when I have ear someone on advice and I move around and do things and I can hear quiet, intense air sounds. What are quiet, intense air sounds? It's super difficult when we're 10 times faster. The thing is, I would love it going forward in the game if different customers had different preferences. Now, that is something I do want to have. For example, if we go to our profiles, right? Different customers have different personalities. For example, in my game, Necromancers are the highest pish-posh in the existence. They are as fancy gets. So anytime you're making a bitter dish, you have to listen to fancy music play in the background. You can see they have high patience when it comes to getting their order taken. However, because they're very delicate, they eat very slowly. So their eating speed's very slow. They're also very decisive and choosy, so they also read very slowly. So when a customer comes in and they're a Necromancer, you know they're going to be very slow when it comes to, they're slow, but they're patient. They're decisive. So that's the idea of when a Necromancer enters, you know what they're gonna want in bourgeoisie Necromancers. And this is opposed to our Medimancer. The Medimancer, our sweet, our healer mage, our healer wizard, they have the sweet flavor. And they read very fast. They're kind of a little bit higher on energy. So for example, here you can see eating speed fast, reading speed, they already come in knowing exactly what they want. So I'd love to mess around with personalities a little more in this regard. That way we could have different flavors, different speeds. It could be fun to have that customizable, customization. However, that's a lot. And right now, we're not going for a lot. We just want to make sure it works. But that would be an aspiration to go to. And let me also paste this here. Good Pizza. Oh, I remember Good Pizza, Great Pizza. I love that game. Used to play it on my iPad. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what goes on in it, but it's the idea of they give you a prompt, they tell you what they want, and then you have to figure out what the request is. Yeah, 100%. And let's see. Would you have? I did read that already. Yep. In there. Rah. Welcome. Rah. Makes it sound like rada. That's what I hear when I say that. And it's a semi-restaurant sim that's infamous for complicated, hard to understand, and sometimes unbearably. And Papa's, yes. Papa's was a game that heavily inspired this. Yep, Papa's and also Penguin Diner. Those two games are the biggest inspiration. And arrest my case regarding insult. They're so fun. You make me sound like a Pokemon. Oh boy. So I'm hoping that different flavors are associated with different difficulties. For example, our Medimancers in the flavor of sweet, when you have something that has a sweet flavor in it, it's going to be on the easier side of difficulties. So maybe we can have a level centered around only serving sweet dishes. So maybe, and I think I had it called something, but I called it the Medi Mayhem level, where you only served Medimancers and you could only serve them sweet cookies. And that would be a super easy level because everything has sweet, and sweet itself is a property that makes any song you play very easy. And adding a heart to make it okay. And Sugar Rush, oh, Sugar Rush is pretty good too, but I don't know, I like Medi Mayhem. That one's pretty good. Sugar Rush is fun, but no, hold on. Medimancers are pretty speedy as well, so maybe Sugar Rush would feel a little bit better as well. And 5-star Michelin Cafe. We're going for high marks here. With that said, I think this blacklist will work now, considering this guy here. So let's try again and see. Now that this is implemented, if we go ahead and go back to our levels here, and we go into, let's see, our sandbox level, that's good to go, throw 3 flavors, and I'm hoping that the order won't matter, because all of the Mancers, if we go back to our profiles, just to double check, in their profiles, you can see Necromancer, they do not want memory, and our Medimancers also do not want memory. So anything on this list should allow them not to say, or to say no to. And I want to expand this in the future because I think it could be fun. And I also had the idea of just Pokemon typing where you can mix 2 flavors together and maybe one flavor counters another flavor. So you won't ever see a Medimancer ordering something bitter because they don't like the taste of bitter. But I also think it's fun having things outside of the norm. That's the whole point of the game, the whole theme, you could say. The idea that you don't have to be what society wants you to be because you live in this society. The idea of you don't have to be a necromancer to be successful. And all of these wizards come here together because they want to try different things. So the idea of having Medimancers strictly forbid bitter, I don't like it. I think every so often, maybe a Medimancer can come in and they don't want anything sweet. They don't like the flavor of sweet. Maybe a Necromancer comes in and the only thing they want is something sweet. Maybe they want a sweet cookie every now and then. Who can stop them? I think that could be fun too. And when we get to the world building part, the big leagues will be trembling in their boots, shaking in their boots. I'm doing my best to save those ideas because I know I can get a little wacky when it comes to the ideas. So let's go ahead and have the customer spawn. We'll spawn in a total of, let's see, all 12. And we're making sure that 12, or once the 12 spawn, we're making sure, let's see, customers, be free! Freedom, I say, freedom! Fly! Fly! Let's not quit flying, but that's okay. And we're making sure they do not have memory. And serving customers only things they don't like. They won't take it if they don't like it. That's the thing. They'll turn up their nose to it if they need to. And I did read that as well. Lovely. Okie dokie. Well then, now that our customers are here, let's see, by adding that dislike thing, does it do the thing? We have you. Lovely. Let's like, we fixed it. No more memory, unless the memory thing didn't exist there. You can see, anytime it's a sweet person, they have to have sweet in it. And anytime it's bitter, they have to have bitter in it. So you can either get sweet for this guy or sweet bitter. Sometimes it's a little bit of solid, so bitter up here, bitter up here. We also have a little bit of sweet sometimes, a little bit of a mixture. So I think it's working. We did fix the filter. And serving customers, oh, I did read that. Lovely. So good news, filter is working properly. That's always really nice to hear. Okay. So, what else needs to be fixed? So many things, such little time. Let's go back into Obsidian here and take a look. So, ghosts spawn too much. We up the spawn percentage, so that should be good now. Ghosts don't go into idle spots sometimes. This guy right here, that's gonna be the hardest thing to figure out. And that's gonna need a lot of testing, I feel like. Customers can order memory, no longer can they. They cannot move freely anymore. And let me get some water. We'll also do the outbreak since they will start soon. And I'd rather do them now than at the very end, that way we don't get cut off. So we'll do them now. That way we don't get interrupted since we're now going to go back to our ghost. And I don't want to do the ghost radius yet if this does not work. So we'll see. And I do read that as well. Lovely. Let me get some water here then. Water has been acquired. Okay, So ghosts don't spawn, go to idle spots sometimes. Yes, indeed, that will. Well, that's on the market to be fixed. Once we make sure that's good, that's working, and it's working fine, then we'll move on to, let's see, the ghost having an aura around them. Oh, you know what? Something we can do as well while we're waiting. I would love to add a little bit of an effect if the flavor of the dish is memory. I want to make it a little bit ghostly. Let's see if we can do that. I think it's possible. We already did it with the ghost by making the alpha lower. I want to do that. That's just something of a flavor thing, but I think it could be fun. Making it a little bit translucent, like we did the ghost. I found it very charming. But we'll do that when we come back, since, yeah, I don't want to do it off, or I say off camera. It's still on camera, but some of you aren't here, and I wouldn't want you to miss out on things. So that said, I drank my water. We have about 2-ish minutes left. Let's do some stretches. We'll start off by going to the right a little bit. So we'll stretch, and then we'll go to the left a little bit, so to the left, and then let's go back a little bit. Make sure you're going slowly. Don't want to break anything. If you do, I am not reliable. Back a little bit, and then run a little bit. And now let's do some neck stretches. We'll start off by going to the right a little bit. You can hold these, I suggest, for about a minute. Since we don't have a minute, we'll just hold it for a few seconds. Another one you can do is also look down when you turn. That one's also pretty nice. I've heard good things about that one. And then we'll go to the left. Okay, no, that one's pretty good. That one's pretty good. You can go down a little bit as well. This one here. And another one you can do is go backwards. And you can also go forwards. And hold those two for about a minute-ish. And it'll be sweet seeing an oddball that's a black sheep of their class and becomes your pal once in a while. I love when games do that, giving a seemingly regular NPC a sense of character. Makes the world so lively. I would love to have NPCs every so often. The thing is, at the moment, how it works and how I want it to work is that the game will take place over about 30-ish levels, you could say. So a semester of time, and every maybe 5 levels, you get a new flavor added. But in order to get the flavor added, you have to impress the class president of the wizardry area. So you start off with only necromancers in your area because you're the necromancer. Well, hold on. Do you think it would make sense that she gets rejected by her fellow necromancers? Right now, Gabby's the best of the best. She is the class president of the necromancers. Do you think the necromancers would accept her fellow students? I feel like everyone likes her. She's fun to be around. The parents, the big leagues, the teachers maybe not so much, but among her fellow students that are also necromancers, I feel like they would follow her lead. So you start off with just necromancers, and then after, like, just the time-wise, after a week, then another class president hears about it. So your Medimancers hear about your adventures, and they decide to come and test out your food. And welcome back from the ad break. Welcome in. So you get that final boss type of week, and if you can successfully impress the Medimancer class president, then you move on to now having Medimancers come into your cafe, and she gives free food. Students would love her. Well, they're not free. You have to give her notes. The idea is that you gotta impress them, and when you get notes, you get to upgrade things. And maybe they don't hang around with her, but they respect her powers. Fair enough, yeah. Right now we have, what is it, Necromancer says the beginner ones, but they are quite hard to impress, but they're also very forgiving. They have good patience, but they also take a long time. So they expect you to be patient with them as they are patient with you. That's the trade-off here. So they're not impatient. They're still elective. With that said though, what I wanted to do 2 things. So one fun thing, one not so fun thing. I wanted to see if we can make the food translucent if it has the memory flavor in it. So if we go to a dish here, that should be possible. If we click on this dish GD, you should be able to see set values. When we set the values of the dish, this should only be the thing we have to do. So the name is depending on what they want, what kind of dish it is. So if dish is memory, if dish has memory flavor, make how do you spell translucent? And are they collected and dead serious? Oh yeah, they're dead serious all the time. Yep, they're very serious business. That's why they're the lawyers and the doctors, the people you go to when you want the hardcore facts and the detectives. That's what I'm going for here, since those would be great jobs if you were a necromancer. Can you imagine? You wouldn't be able to get away with murder if the necromancer could just talk to the person. That would be the easiest case closed type of thing. And I do read that as well. Lovely. Alrighty then. So let's see. If dish has memory flavor, make translucent. How do you spell translucent? Let's see. Translucent. Is that how you spell it? Ah, yes it is. I got it right. Lovely. Okay. Translucent. make translucent, translucent. And what we'll do for that is if, and then we should be able to do something like flavor, I think. Flavor combo has flavor. Let's see. Flavor combo to check, flavor to check. I see. Lovely, we do have this one here. So if flavor combo has flavor, and we're going to check to see if our flavor combos, let's see, flavor combo, and we're checking for the flavor dot, and we're going to do type, I believe. Let's see, how do we do this here? Nope, and there you go. Flavor, how do we label you as flavor? Is it, let's see, flavor, nope, I forget what you're called. Flavor combo, cookbook dot flavor, maybe cookbook dot, let's see, cookbook dot flavor. Cookbook dot flavor dot bitter. There we are. If you have memory, then we're going to make translucent. If flavor combo has flavor combo there, then make translucent. And I did that as well. Lovely, lovely. And after that, what we'll say is we're going to target ourselves. So this is a dish here. This is this guy here. And our dish is going to be modulated. So we should be able to do, let's see. Now, self-modulate applies to the canvas item. This probably does not affect canvas. Yes, we want to do modulate, M-O-D-U-L-A-T-E, modulate equal, and we're going to do color dot, or I know there's a way we can pick the color now, I believe here. I just don't remember, but it's a new update. You should be able to pick the color. Let's see, color. Maybe that? How can I pick the color? I know there's a way to do it here now. I just don't remember. I love your world building. Like nothing is set in stone yet except like 5 ideas you sent to mine. I have an idea I'm going for. It's just concrete stuff. And random question, have you played the Portal games? I have not. I'm not really a fan of sci-fi stuff. So the fact it's dealing with portal guns and robots didn't really interest me, but I have heard a lot about it. Especially, what's the song? Let's see. I forget. But the end song, I believe, that GLaDOS, I think her name is, plays or sings. I do like that song. It's quite catchy. Let's see. Oh, this was a triumph. That one. Let's see. Translucent and flavor combo. We wanted to see about choosing color from script. Godot 4.5 update. There we are.
Saastus just redeemed do a voice/act for 5 minutes. GLaDOS from the Portal games.
How do I even do it? Hold on. Oh no, it's right. I was not ready for that. Hold on. I know there's a way we could choose the color now. Inline color picker. Yes. How do we do the inline color picker? That's what I want to know. Hold on. Godot, G-O-D-O-T 4.5 inline color picker. And I also need to grab a GLaDOS video. Would you mind sending one, Saratsas? A link to a video of her voice lines. That way I can get a feel for it because, oh boy. While you're doing that, I can do this. Let's see. Inline color preview add-on. I know it's in here now. I just don't know how to do it. Color dot. And yeah, there should be a color picker. What have you done? Exactly. What have you done? Let's see. Color dot. Where's the color picker at? Color dot. Or no, color. Is it color picker here? Color picker here? Nope, that's not it. Hold on. Where's the inline color at? Inline color picker doesn't work with non-constant colors. Yeah, that should be a thing. This should be a thing. Let me also go here to YouTube as well. If you don't send one, let me see if I can find one. Oh boy. Let's see. Test it. Let's see. Yeah, you should be able to do the color. I'm just not too sure. And haven't you done a similar voice? Not robot, I think. Possibly. Oh, no. Was it the gardener? This has some voice lines. Maybe it was the gardener. Undertale yellow. Possibly. Maybe that. Let's see. Here, hold on. Oh, I see.
Computer-aided enrichment center. We hope your brief detention in the relaxation vault has been a
serious, not too low. It's very serious business. Okay, let's see here. I think it's possible. Maybe. We'll see. Let me go here. Let me go ahead and have that guy enabled. We're doing voice. No longer it's the voice of speed. We're doing G-L-A-D-O-S. There we are. And this is going to be entertaining. I think he did Optimus Prime. Oh, possibly. Yeah, that makes more sense. So Optimus Prime. We have that there. Let's do that there. I believe if I enable this guy here, we should get 5 minutes on the board. That is not 5 minutes. Let me slide that guy. Yeah, we'll make you a little bit smaller. Oh, hold on. You need to be scaled correctly. Make you about that size there. There you go. All right. And let me make sure the timer is set to here. Screw ups. We'll do challenge timer. Set to be 5 minutes. Reset that there. Alrighty. Serious. Robot. Beep, boop, beep, boop. Okay, hold on. I need to hear it again. Alright. Your specimen... Oh, I don't know how to do it at all. Hold on. Okay. Before we start, however, it's hard. She has like a modulated voice, so it's interesting. My favorite Gladys line: beep beep, boop booper, beep boop beep boop, beep 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 boop beep bop bop. Let's see. It's hard. Okay. Okay. Keep in mind that all the primary functions of the learning calculations here, we're going to stick with this for now, as it is already hard enough, but I will keep it lower like this to make it maybe easier to feel like there is a bit of beep beep boop in here. I was trying to figure out the color aspect of it, but I don't think it is calculating correctly. So instead, we will have to use our own colors. I'm trying to think. Continuing on, what we then need to do is take this seriously by adding in a modulate, and I will take a modulate into here, and I will grab our color hex code of choice, which will be this one. We'll take our color, and then what I should be able to do is do color dot and do color. The color picker from the 4.5 has been added. I can click that color, click in the white, then change the alpha here, and it will allow us to do the color picking for us. Very serious business. Easier way to do it is to very slightly change pitch and tone on every syllable. It definitely feels like I have to go up and down in order to make it more robot, but you also have to feel like it is monotone and you're trying very hard to be business. But this is great, hearing you slowly speeding up and having to slow down again. The pain and tragedy of this event will not be forgotten. I will click on Godot window here and window here, and after that, hopefully now, when we spawn in our cookies, it should work better. If I click on spawn and do spawn dish is translucent. That is not correct. Something went very, very wrong here. Let us see what the problem is. If we go back to here, it says if flavor combo has flavor combo flavor memory. Why is the memory? The memory should say true, but the true is not working properly. Sounds like you're enjoying it, just like the slow voice. I am in internal suffering. I have no idea what you mean. Say this. Here comes the test results. You are a horrible person. We weren't even testing for that. I remember her having a lot of sass, but I did not think that much sass. Continuing forward, why is it that this is stating true? If I click and print out, let's see, print the bool value here, it should give us the result of false, but it is not giving us the result of false. The cake is a lie. Contiguous. Contiguous. I will paste that bool value into there and let us get the test results. It's the part that she kills the performance. You're slowly becoming British. It seems to be the case that British is my default setting when things go wrong when it comes to voices. If I spawn in a dish again, what is the result we get? British robot, the horror. If I click spawn in here, it gives us 12. Where did that 12 come from? It should either be 1 or 2. Ah, yes, my favorite bowl number, 12. Where flavor, oh, I see. That makes more sense. We need to print out the entire statement. That would help, certainly. What are you doing? Robots don't breathe, let alone sigh. What is this weird emotion you are showing? It is an error. Error. Giggle mode has been activated. Let me click on you here, and when we click on spawn, again, spawning the dish, we should get the result of either 0 or 1, the binary values. If I click on you here, we get false. However, it still goes off despite not, oh, I know why. It's giving us false because I said it here too. Remove that. And robots cannot cry. I have tried. Oh, Axis. I remember you quite dearly. Okay, we removed the modulate from there. Now, I believe it'll work wonderfully. Oh boy. Now, let's see if it works. Let's see. We have levels here and got a great clip out of that. I hope you enjoyed. We'll spawn in another dish, and now hopefully, due to the default setting, here is a regular cookie, not translucent. However, when we spawn in a cookie and get a good lookie, if I do 101,4, we should now get a translucent one because it is ghost cookie. Ghost cookie! Look at that! It's doing the thing now. The only issue is, it just needs to be a little less, we can add a little bit more transparency here. There we go. Cookie. And another thing I want to do as well is I also want to add a little bit of translucent flavor here to our item. So if I go to item here, let's see here, item, I don't know if we can. This item here is a little bit silly, or a small bit. We have the advanced type sprite, and I'm wondering if it is the advanced sprite of flavor icon. You know what? We can possibly do this. We can possibly have this come out a little bit okay. What we can have go on here is if it is the flavor icon, we'll do it here. So if we can do this here, move that there. If flavor is memory, if flavor is memory, comma, make translucent, that there. And wouldn't it taste like partially melted ice? Well, it depends. I don't think, well, we're doing it off of feeling. It could have a taste, but the ghosts don't have taste buds. They don't have taste buds. They just have feelings. The whole point is that they just get this feeling that makes them not aggressive, but just usually it's the case that ghosts have some unfinished business. So your food is a temporary way for them to have their business finished, but then they realize, wait a second, I'm not done here, and then they come back. That's the idea behind why they don't permanently stay away. They change their mind halfway through. So what we'll do here is say if value, so if new value, and then we'll say if new value equal, so we'll say new value equal, and then we do that there, then hopefully that modulation should also work here. And they die from feeling. No, there's no death involved. They're already dead. You can't be double dead. That's the thing. We're only looking for them to be partially. So I'm hoping now's the case that when you have the memory here, yes, memory icon, okay, that does not work. That's okay. That's all right here. What are we saying? If new value, create new flavor, create icon. I see. Got you. So create icon, and then we have modulate. Item, let's see. Item itself, modulate. We have the item here. Let's see. Item up here. Item, Maybe the guy shouldn't be the modulation. Hold on. You know what? I take it back. The item itself, it's in a contained bottle. We don't need it. It's okay for it not to be translucent. I really just wanted the food you make to, once it's completed and done, to feel like the ghost, and that has been completed. So we have the spawn dish here, regular cookie, and when we spawn in a memory dish, so something like this, it has a little bit of a ghostly effect. Not too much, I think I might need to change it up a little bit more so it's a little bit more see-through, but I like the ability that you can go through the cookie. It feels more, what's the word I'm looking for? Maybe incorporeal? It's either that or the opposite of that. But that said though, I think we'll call it here for now. Let me just double check and let me make the dish a little more see-through, or a little bit more on the side of town, that there. That way it's not too harsh with the see-through, and we will continue this next week. So let me go ahead and bring you in there so you can kill broccoli now. Great! You don't need to murder any veggies again. What? No murder happens here. Check. It's your hallucination. What we'll do is we'll go back to see this the screen here. Love the go heavy. Alrighty then. Well, what I can see, and actually I can bring you into the screen as well, as this may interest you if you are a pixel artist. What I'll do is I'll click on this guy here. I will go into, let's see, you here, lovely, lovely. Okay, and I'll bring you into the screen here. That should work. Does it work? Let's see. No, it's a little bit too big, but it serves its purpose. It's okay. If you scroll down there, you can see, and I'll also do it here as well. Let's see here. Hold on. If I click that button and I do exclamation website, there you are. So once a week, every week, we do these studies based around pixel art. And as you saw, I am a game developer, and the hope is that I can learn pixel art to make pixel art for my games. And since we do these studies every week, and have a good week anyways, thank you as well, Jack. Thank you indeed. Thanks for the chatting and the fun. And every month, at the start of the month, what we do is called a draw together. And the idea is that, you can see on here, we draw on a big old board and canvas. Every 20 minutes, the theme changes. And it's just a fun get-together in terms of, if you haven't drawn pixel art in a while, or maybe you want to get into drawing pixel art, you just want to have a bit of a fun time doing some participation. We do these things, and what we'll be doing next week, so on the 5th, same time, same place, we'll be doing this guy here instead of our typical pixel art, but we'll also be continuing the ghostly guys next week. Unless I happen to somehow complete them, then we'll work on something else. But we'll be continuing working on the ghosts with whatever I don't get to finish this week. That'll be that there. Yes, indeed. With all of that said, though, let me go ahead and move you to this guy here. And can we draw? Yes, indeedy. You can draw whatever you want as long as it is stream appropriate. The idea is that it's supposed to be fun. So if you don't want to draw the theme, you don't have to. If the theme timer of 20 minutes is up and you want to keep drawing the theme, you can. It's just a fun way to have a bit of community with drawing. And also, how long do we go? Yes, indeedy. It is the entire stream, and every 20 minutes the theme changes. But again, you don't have to follow the theme. So people get to suggest themes. We put them on a big board. The board gets randomized, and it's totally free. Exactly. You only pay with your time. Oh, bye. With that said, though, if you're on YouTube, that'll be it for me. But if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end screen, and I'm going to end it on YouTube, and then I'm going to come back on Twitch, and we're going to see if we can find a fun Godot game dev to raid, and find someone new, as it's always really fun raiding people. And bye, YouTube chatters, indeed. So again, oh, and hello, Mr. Greenwood. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. If I butchered that, please tell me, and I will try again. But welcome in, and thank you for the follow. With all of that said, though, that'll be it for me this week. I hope to see you next Friday for the event. And with all of that, thank you for coming. Thank you for joining. I hope to see you all soon. Bye.